All right. You there?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh,
We are going live.
right now?
Yeah,
Okay.
right now it is
Ah,
7:30.
it is 7:30.
Woo! All right. I'm hyped. I don't know if you're hyped, but I am hyped.
I'm hyped.
Why is this not working? Hang on a minute.
Gather doesn't have Hour of Devastation yet?
There we go.
That's annoying.
It does not. It does not. I've been using the spoiler that's on the Wizards website. Do you need that?
No, I'll just use Mythic Spoiler.
Hour of Devastation spoilers. Is this it?
Well, what order are you going in?
What's that?
What order are you going in?
So
By color?
I'm doing so I'm doing by color, but I'm also doing commons, then uncommons, then rares and mythics.
Oh, okay.
Because I figure that the rares and mythics have to be evaluated in the context of the commons, but the commons, like, they're going to be the most important cards for the way that the drafts play out, if that makes sense. So that's my logic. I haven't done it this way before, but I think it'll work.
Okay.
So yeah, why don't we just get started soon, or started now? For those of you that are tuning in on YouTube, welcome to the Hour of Devastation limited set review. My guest here is Teresa Pho, also known as SqueeTheGoblin. She is queued for the Pro Tour
Yay!
Kyoto, and I have seen her play limited, and boy is she good. So this will be a lot of fun.
I'm okay.
What's that? You're pretty good.
I'm
You're
okay.
pretty good. You won some games that I would have lost if I were playing them in your seat. So anywho, let's first go over the grading system. So the way that these set reviews work is I'm going to be grading them on a letter scale, very similar to the way limited resources grades. So basically, if a there we go. If a card is an unbelievable bomb or a card that just warps the way the game is played, that card would generally be rated an A. Bs are cards that are rewards for being in the archetype, but aren't necessarily, game warping. A good example of a B would be something like Electrify or Magma Spray, maybe. By the way, can I check your audio real quick? Can you say something hi or something like that?
Oh,
There we
hi.
go. Perfect. All right, we're balanced.
Okay.
Cs are cards that are perfectly average draft playables. You're usually not going to cut Cs. They aren't something that you're super excited to pick, but most of a deck's cards are going to end up being Cs. Ds are cards that are either very situational. Cards like Trumpet Blast tend to be Ds in most formats. Or they could be very, like, slightly below or slightly overcosted cards. So a 4/4 for 5 mana is usually a D. That, 4/4 for 5 is playable, but not very exciting. Frequently 1/2s or 1/3s for 2 are in the D range usually in most sets. Fs are cards that 99+% of the time shouldn't make your main deck. They're cards that will frequently go last pick, and you're probably better off never playing them in your limited decks. So does that all make sense to you, Teresa? Do you agree with all those
Yeah, it makes
scales?
sense.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so let's just get started. Our first card is Act of Heroism, 1 and a white for an instant. It says untap target creature. It gets +2/+2 until end of turn and can block an additional creature this turn. So how do you feel about combat tricks?
Oh, do we not read flavor text on this stream?
Nah. No. Well, I mean, people can see the flavor text if they want to.
Okay.
It's on the overlay.
Flavor text is important, right? Do we rate flavor text as well?
We could rate flavor text if you want to. Should we?
Oh,
How about we rate the flavor rating? All right. Anyways, so how do you feel about combat tricks in general?
I think it's really good in Almond Cat. Like, it's probably one of the best. Like, you always want at least one combat trick, I think, in your limited deck.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like a removal spell. Because there's not
That's
that
true.
much removal in Almond Cat, so you kind of have to leverage your combat tricks as removal.
Yep.
So, Active Heroism is probably like... It's very comparable to, like, Mighty Leap, I think, but
How would you
probably a little worse than Mighty Leap, because Mighty Leap goes flying, which is great.
Right. How would you compare this to a card like Jeru's Resolve, which is the 1 mana white instant Untap target creature, prevent any damage it might take this turn.
I think it's similar. I still think Jira's Resolve is definitely better than this card. This card is below that. It's below both the Resolve and Mighty Leap, I think.
Okay. So in terms of rating, I think personally this card is like a C or C minus. I don't think that this is a card you want to go out of your way to pick, but I think that it's definitely not a problem to be playing this. Like, I'm happy to play this in a deck with my Exert creatures, and this will blow out your opponent sometimes. So,
yeah.
Anything else you can think of with this card? Like, in the
I'd
context of the
probably
set?
give it more like a D plus. I guess.
plus?
I don't know.
Okay. How about we just go with C minus? I think that this card is probably getting picked after the wheel most of the time, but is pretty strong. So let's say archetypes. Wait, why did it? Hang on. Let me fix that conditional formatting. C minus. There. Oh no, I need to clear the formatting. Hang on a minute. That's gonna drive me nuts.
Do you need help with Excel?
I got it. It's not Excel either. It's Google Docs. By the way, if you want a link to the spreadsheet, it is here. You can check it out. And yeah, I guess in terms of archetypes, I don't think that this is particular to any given archetype, but maybe best in Exert decks.
Oh yeah, definitely good in Exert.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, let's not rate the flavor text. It takes too long.
Can we at least read it?
We could read it. All right, fine. On every plane, there are those who run towards danger. Gideon Jura. Oh, that's why you like it. You just like Gideon.
I mean, is act of heroism. Very Gideon.
It is true.
Very flavorful. A plus.
Yep. All right. Next up, we have Aven of Enduring Hope, 4 and a white for a bird cleric flying 3/3. When Aven of Enduring Hope enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. How do we feel about 3/3 flyers for 5?
It's not terrible. I don't know. It's kind of slow, right?
Yeah. I mean, 3/3 flyers for 5 are usually marginal playables, maybe a little better depending on the set.
Yeah.
How much does a gain 3 life add to this card?
Doesn't. I don't ever think life gain adds that much to.
I mean,
to
some cards it really adds a lot. Like I think in Battle for Zendikar, Pulse of Marasa actually was a pretty decent card. Granted, green was mostly unplayable, but
6 life is a lot different than like 3.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not super excited about this. The problem that I see with a lot of 5-drops, and you can chime in on this if you want, but the problem I see on a lot of 5-drops is it's a 5-drop. You can only put so many of them in your deck unless you're playing some sort of ramp deck. And so this card competes with a lot of other expensive cards. And if it doesn't do anything that those other cards don't, then it kind of goes down a little bit. I think this is very replaceable.
Yeah, I think if you think of the other 5-drop flyers in the set, it's like worse than all of them.
I haven't actually looked at them.
In Amonkhet, in Amonkhet, yeah, because we don't know all the hour cards yet. But I mean, like, if you think of like the Shimmer Scale Drake, it's a 3/4,
Yep.
it like trumps this card already.
Yep.
And like a Catcher's Attendant is like similar, but it like embalms, like it's already better. So
Yep. I agree completely with what Bugsy said. I would much rather cast Colossopede, which is just a vanilla 5/5 for 5.
yeah.
So I don't know. I think this card's going to end up being a C- or a D+. I'm not excited about it, but it'll make my deck sometimes. So I think that puts it about C-.
I hope it never makes my decks.
Sometimes you need top end. Probably a little better in blue-white flyers too. All right, next up we have Dauntless Aven, 2 and a white for a 2/1 flying, which has whenever it attacks, untap target creature you control. And it has flavor text too. In the chaos brought by the new gods, swift-winged Aven served as pathfinders, leading the last of the people away from the ruins of Naktamun.
That's awesome. Great flavor.
That is pretty good flavor, yeah. How do you feel about 2/1 flyers for 3 in white? Just like ignoring the rest of the text.
I think it's probably okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not super excited about it. I think like if you gave me a 2/1 flyer for 3 and white, I would rate it like a C minus, probably.
Yeah.
But that text, how relevant is untap target creature you control when it attacks?
It's very relevant in white. I think.
I think that's very relevant, especially
Mhm.
because of exert.
Yeah.
Because you can exert a creature and untap it with this, and that puts a lot of pressure on your opponent. We don't really. I mean, I haven't looked yet to see how much reach there is in this set, how much destroy target creature with flying and all that there is. But this is probably getting through most of the time. Yeah, and it can give itself vigilance too. That's true. So this can attack for 3 and then trade for a 3-drop, because 2 power probably trades with most 3-drops. So yeah, I like this.
I think it's good. It's good.
How would you rate it compared to the others? Would you take it over Active Heroism?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. So maybe like a C or C plus?
Definitely, I think it's at least a C. Like at the worst, it's a C. I think. I think it could be really good.
I think C plus is about right. Like, there's a lot of utility on this card, but at the end of the day, it's just a 2/1 for 3. And if you're getting beat down, this card's actually pretty bad, right? Like, if my opponent's if my opponent's curving out 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, and I have a Dauntless Haven in my hand, I'm probably not super happy.
Right, but you're trying to be the beatdown if you're playing this, I think.
That's true. That's true. You don't always get to choose to be the beatdown, but yeah.
No.
So I think what you're saying, I think what I'm getting from what you're saying, what you just said, is if you're in an aggressive deck, this card goes higher than a C plus probably. Would you agree?
Yeah,
with that?
I think it would go definitely higher. Like if you're in the red-white deck with like all the exert, like the Minotaurs or the Nephcrop Entanglers and stuff, it can definitely go higher. Like.
Okay. Cool.
That lets you attack again. That's like all what red-white wants to do.
Awesome. All right, I agree. Sweet. Next one. Disposal Mummy, 2 and a green for a zombie jackal 2/3, which has, when Disposal Mummy enters the battlefield, exile target card from an opponent's graveyard. So, I think that there's a few little relevant things about this card, because
it's a zombie.
Right, it's a zombie. That matters. There is still a lot of zombie synergy in this set. It's a 2/3, which a 2/3 for 3 has always been playable, but not exactly anything to write home about. The real question about this card is how close to drawing a card or making the opponent discard a card the ability is.
It's rough.
Because there's a lot of synergy of the graveyard in Hour, because there's desert synergy where they care about having deserts in the graveyard. There's a couple creatures with recursion. There's what was it? The Eternalize, the new keyword.
Yeah, I get all that. It's just that it's if you want to be a defensive deck that plays a 2/3 for 3, you want to cast it on turn 3, and usually at that point there's nothing to exile.
Exactly. So I think that we can give it a C minus. There are probably matchups where this gets a little better than that, but the ceiling on this card is very low, I think. So, let's say defensive white decks. I'm not really excited to play Disposal Mummy. All right, next, Jeru's Renunciation, 1 and a white for an instant. Tap up to 2 target creatures, and it has cycling for a white.
I was promised an afterlife, not this.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Samit was right. The God Barrel lied. That is so crazy. That's great flavor text.
Yep. So let's see. The night. Okay, so cycling for 1 is sick. I mean, I definitely main decked Dissenter's Deliverance a non-zero amount of times, right? Ilian will love this. Yeah. So there's a little in-joke there. Cam, aka Ilian, lost to Pressure Point that was being splashed.
Oh once. My god.
And yeah, I know. And so it's a bit of a meme in his stream now. But the night, cycling for 1 is a big deal. It helps smooth out mana a little bit. If you find that this card isn't, if you have a really slow draw, then you can still keep a hand that has this card in it because you can just cycle it on turn 1. And if you have an aggressive start, then this card can help you get through damage. It can play a little defense in a race situation. I don't love it. But
I think it's good.
Yeah.
I think any card with cycling is like almost always playable.
Right, especially cycling for 1. Because
Yeah.
Haze of Pollen was playable, but cycling for 3 is pretty expensive. You don't really want to be paying 3 to cycle. This one is just a reasonable playable you can pick up late. I think at that we can give it a C-. But again, this is a low cost card to put in your deck in terms of like opportunity cost. Yeah, because you could just cycle stuff. So I think you probably want it in more aggressive decks, though.
Also has great flavor text, so.
It's true. The flavor text is quite good. All right, Dutiful Servants, 3 and a white for a 2/5 zombie. And why don't you read the flavor text? That seems like fun.
Buildings crumbled and monuments fell. The river bled and the sky wept tears of fire. All the while, servants silently continued their work, oblivious to it all.
Nice.
That's so metal.
It is. This set is super metal.
This set is metal.
Dude,
AF.
Oh man, there's a couple cards that I'm just gonna rate M for metal.
Dude, it's so metal.
Painful Lesson in particular.
Oh man, Painful Lesson's super tragic
Lesson. That's the one.
Painful Lesson's pretty metal too.
That's true, but I think Tragic Lesson's
so metal.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the thing with this card is I think that people are just gonna pass this super late, but a 2/5 is a big butt.
Well, is it bigger? It's not any bigger than Ancient Crab.
No, it's not. But it's also a zombie, which matters, and there's Eternalize in this set. And it doesn't have 2 mana symbols in its cost. Like, I think what killed Ancient Crab wasn't its stats. I think what killed Ancient Crab was the fact that it costs 2 blue, and blue is probably, most people would agree, the worst color in Amonkhet Draft. I think almost everyone would agree that blue is pretty mediocre. Now, Perdid has a good point that blocking may be kind of bad, considering that there's Afflict in this format.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that this card, while not stellar, is going to be great out of the board against someone with a good amount of Eternalize. Because this blocks almost all the Eternalized creatures, save the 1/1 double-touched cat thing. And hang on, speaking of cats, I have a cat that wants out. What do you want, Kit Kat? I know, you're cute. Get out of here. All right. So I don't know. What do you want to rate this? 8 out of 8.
2 out of 5.
2 out of 5 with rice. All the memes. All right. So I don't know. I think that this is still probably a C-. Maybe a D+. But I think I'm going to slide this in a non-zero number of times. There's a lot of C-minuses this time. Huh.
Well, I mean, they're commons, so that's kind of how commons are, right?
That's
we
true.
We don't get A's until we get like the rares.
Chat wants D+. Fine, we'll give it its first D+.
I think it is a D+.
Yeah, it sounds right. All right. Next, God Pharaoh's Faithful. 1 white mana for a 0/4 human wizard. Whenever you cast a blue, black, or red spell, you gain 1 life.
This is the final trial.
Oh,
Rejoice, for the God Pharaoh soars among us.
Dang.
No, this card sucks. I don't
So
like it.
here's the thing, because like this card plays really good defense, right?
Everyone's like F.
I think, yeah. So I agree. I don't think that you want to play this often, but I think that there's actually a couple decks that want this. Granted, I'm still probably giving this like a D-. So don't think I'm talking this up as in this is a great playable or anything. But I saw that there's an artifact that's 2 mana that pings the opponent like every turn or something like that. You could probably build a Wells deck in this format.
I don't think blocking is what you want to do, right?
Well, probably not. But if there is a control deck that's built around these sorts of walls, it could be possible that this is a decent card. I don't think that you want it, but it's possible that it'll work. The other thing that I'm looking out for with this card is just as having it as a sideboard against the aggressive decks. But yeah, I think we can give it like a D minus F plus.
Yeah, it's super fringe, right?
It is very fringe. It's very fringe. But I just like one thing that I think is valuable in set reviews is talking about edge cases where things might come up. And given that there seem to be a couple dirtily cards in other colors, it's possible that this sees play. There's one more case that I could see this seeing play. Blue-white flyers. Blue-white flyers frequently want some early ground blockers. So they can play an early ground blocker on 1 or 2, and then play flyer on turn 3, flyer on turn 4, flyer on turn 5. Having that early blocker is a substitute for a removal spell later on, and it allows flyers decks to actually tempo out. So having solid defensive speed is really nice. But again, I don't think that this is a really good playable. I think that we're probably taking this at a D minus.
Oh yeah. D minus for sure. Mythic horse.
Or you have the mythic horse that cares about gaining life. True, yeah. Maybe that's an edge case. Fair. All right, next we have Mummy Paramount. 1 and a white for a 2/2 zombie. Whenever another zombie enters the battlefield under your control, Mummy Paramount gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
It appears some mummies have begun to observe a hierarchy all their own.
Meh.
Elk, Vizier of Embalming.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's great.
This is a 2/2 for 2 with upside, and significant upside, to be honest, because zombies, at least in Amonkhet, was very strong. Just a little anecdote, at GP Las Vegas, I went 10-5, and 4 out of my 5 losses were to zombie decks. So I might just be salty, but
I always play the zombie deck.
I lose to it every time
because it's so good.
It is good, and so this is going to be a really key common in that archetype. So I think we can give it a C or a C plus. It's playable.
Well, I'm already imagining playing Liliana's Mastery and having
God.
this in play, and then it's like a 5/5. It's disgusting.
Yeah, curve that into Stir the Sands,
Oh man,
just broken things.
So many dreams I want to live with this card.
Why did my sub count reset to 0? That's weird. Hang on a minute. Let me fix that. Properties. Why did it switch to 0? Total subscriber count. Huh. Oh well. We'll just disable that for now. Alright. Next, we have Oketra's Avenger. 1 and a white for a 3/1 human warrior. You may exert Oketra's Avenger as it attacks. When you do, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to it this turn.
Oketra's arrow is my spear and her love my shield. It's so beautiful.
It's very sappy. I don't know. I'm not a fan. So 3/1s for 2. How good are they in this format?
I think it's good. Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's probably fine. The only thing I don't like 3/1s is because of the black-green counters deck.
True. Yeah. There are some -1/-1 counters in this format.
Because the Red Cross Spearmaster, I'd find myself not even playing that card.
Yeah, it's true.
Because it just dies so fast with the Nigwa counters. But
how does this compare to Red Crop Spearmaster? Do you think this is better or worse than that card?
I like that it comes down 1 turn earlier, but I don't know if it gets. I think it's probably better.
I think it's better too.
I think it's better.
Yeah,
because it comes down earlier.
Yeah. Black-green counters is not relevant in the set. There's actually a decent number of creatures that give counters, but we'll get there tomorrow, basically, when we get to red and black and red. So
I think there's still counters in the set, though.
Yeah, there's -1/-1 counters.
Yeah.
Sure. Mm-hmm. So, anyways, hang on. Zombies especially. So I think for Oketra's Avenger, I think we can give it a C. I think this is about the same as a 2/2 bear. Probably. Yeah. Maybe a little better in some decks.
I think it's better. 3/1, prevent all combat damage is pretty good.
Yeah.
Because you can just attack. Well, I guess you have to exert it, but...
Right. But that's still worth it. I mean, it plays very similarly to a Nefcrop Entangler.
Yeah, 3 power, yeah. I think it's probably about
In
the same.
fact, I think this is better than Nefcrop Entangler.
Mm,
Right? Because Nefcrop Entangler, if you're not exerting, gets 2 damage in.
yeah, I think it's about the same, yeah.
I think this is slightly better than that one. I think there are a lot more 2/3s in this set. Yeah, I did see a good amount of 2/3s. So, anyways, I think I'm happy with C, but I could see it going up to a C+. All right, Sandblast, 2 and a white for an instant. Sandblast deals 5 damage to target attacking or blocking creature.
Ooh, I like this reprint. The Sands of Amonkhet can be as much a boon as a bane. It depends entirely on which way the wind blows.
True.
That's cool flavor text.
Yep. So I mean, there are a couple comparisons to this card. We've seen it recently in Fate Reforged. And in Fate Reforged, I don't recall it being a super high pick.
No, I picked it all the time, man.
I mean, I would pick it too, but I don't think it usually was in the first like 4 or 5 cards of the pack. And that was Fate Reforged, which is a pretty weak pack. It was good in Fate Reforged.
is super strong.
Really? Maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah. No, Fate Reforged had all like the powerful rares and stuff, and then and it was like super annoying to draw.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember wishing that it would just be cons.
Yeah, triple cons is the way. But then when Fate Reforged came, it was just like, who opened the broken rare from Fate Reforged?
Yeah. So I don't know. It's hard to say how good this effect is because 3 mana is a lot of mana to have up. But how would you compare this to Impeccable Timing?
I think it's better.
1 mana more for 2 more damage. Seems reasonable.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Well, because maybe it's just a bad beat story, but like whenever I'd play a lot of white decks because I like playing the zombies deck, and 3 damage. Like if someone played a 4/4, I had no other removal spell to deal with it.
Yep.
Like 3 damage is the most damage I could do to a creature, unless I had like unconditional removal.
Right.
So I think 5 damage is a big deal because there are a lot of 4/4s. Like if someone plays like the 2/4 zombie or like just a 4/4 exemplar of strength or something, like just any 4/4, anything with 4 toughness is just like, oh god.
Yep. No, I agree completely, and I was just about to say that I think that this format is more of a Prince format than a Pauper format. So what people that might not have heard that terminology before, Prince formats are formats that are more centered around the bombs you open, whereas Pauper formats are formats that are centered more around the synergy and strength of the individual cards in your deck. So I think that this, like looking at the rares in Hour of Devastation, they are nutty. There are a lot of very, very powerful rares, and this deals with quite a few of them. So yeah, I think that we can give this maybe a low B or mid B.
Yeah.
I think maybe B minus. Because like this isn't truly unconditional removal. It will never kill something that's sitting back. But
I'm trying to think of what it doesn't kill.
It doesn't.
Like there's so many creatures that you can deal, like even like Glorybringer you can deal 5 damage to.
True.
The Angel Sanctions you can deal 5. Like I don't know if there's any creature that's bigger than 5.
Well, both of those creatures still get value through this card.
Right. I mean those are like rares and mythics, but this is a common that kills it.
True. Fair enough. So I don't know. I think B minus is fine.
Ooh, kills Eternalized token.
It does kill Eternalized tokens.
There you go. Yeah, guess what Impeccable Timing can't do?
True.
Freaking 4/4s.
Yep. All right, next we have Solitary Camel, 2 and a white for a 3/2 camel. Solitary Camel has lifelink as long as you control a desert or there is a desert card in your graveyard.
Deserts are inhospitable, not uninhabitable.
Nice.
Very good. Fun fact.
Oh, yeah, that is kind of a fun fact. So lifelink is a surprisingly strong keyword.
Yes.
I think that people underrate lifelink very frequently because people get used to the idea of, oh, life gain's bad. But I think lifelink is a much stronger effect than that. So I don't think, like, okay, so let's just real quick go over to the lands. And I just want to point out to chat that there are quite a few deserts in this format. Almost all of these, if not all of them, are deserts. There are 6 common deserts, 7 uncommon deserts, and 3 rare deserts. I think that the average draft player is going to have at least 3 or 4 deserts in their pool. That doesn't mean they're all going to get played, but I think that quite a few of them will. And so you can, if you have enough of these solitary camels, it can justify playing deserts. And I think that this text isn't just flavor text, and that it'll come into place fairly often. But having said all that, like, let's suppose that this was always a 3/2 lifelink. How good would it be?
Oh, very good.
So, well, but would it be better or worse than Baleful Emmet? And how good is Baleful Emmet?
I think Baleful Emmet's better just because there's neg 1 synergies.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's about the same, right? If you always had lifelink on this,
if you always had lifelink, it would basically be Baleful Emmet, sure.
Yeah.
Right. So, but it doesn't, and I think Baleful Emmet ended up being like a B or B minus. So,
yeah, I think Baleful Emmet's definitely better because it has potential to be a 4/3.
Oh, of course, yeah. So there's like a lot of reasons Baleful Emmet's better.
Oh yeah.
So like I'm just saying, okay, the ceiling on this card is it's as good as a Baleful Emmet some of the time. The floor of this card is it's a 3/2 for 3 with no upside, and so like I think that we could give this maybe a C or C plus.
I'd say a C plus.
C plus, sure. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. Hi, Joe.
Actually, I guess it's archetypes. Desert-based decks. So,
Desert deck.
Desert decks, yep. All right, next we have Steadfast Sentinel. 3 and a white for a Vigilance 2/3 with Eternalize for 4 white. And since this is the first time we've seen the keyword Eternalize, when you use an Eternalize keyword, you exile the card from your graveyard and create a token that's a copy of it, except the token is a 4/4 black zombie human cleric with no mana cost. And obviously you can only do this as a sorcery because they don't print those cards anymore. So yeah, I think this is fine.
This is a great card. I like it.
Great card?
Like so great, but it's like a good. It's kind of like Unwavering Initiate.
Oh, this is so much worse than Unwavering Initiate.
Worse?
Oh yeah, right. There's a couple. I think there's a couple reasons.
I mean, it's not like Unwavering Initiate. It's very good.
Right, Unwavering Initiate is like I think the sleeper great card from that set. I underrated Unwavering Initiate, and I think Unwavering Initiate ended up being like a B minus maybe. It was super strong.
It's so good.
Yeah.
I love that card.
This card, it costs 1 more. Right, so like let's suppose you have.
Yeah, it costs 1 more.
It costs
That's like
1
the
more.
downside.
Yeah, a 2/3 is worse than a 3/2. Right.
Yes.
Now, once you eternalize it, it's better than it's definitely better than Unwavering Initiate.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I feel like I'm not usually looking forward to casting this on turn 4.
No, it's not like a great turn 4 play, but I mean. It's if you're trying to eternalize, you're trying to play towards the late game anyway, I think.
True.
So yeah, I mean it's not an aggressive card like Unwavering Initiate is, so I mean it's good in those like grindy mid-range decks that I like to play.
Well, the great thing about Unwavering Initiate was that it would actually trade for a real card, right? When it died.
It could also trade for Steadfast Sentinel.
That's true. Which I would rather have the Unwavering Initiate in that scenario.
Really?
Yeah, because I paid 3 mana instead of 4. You don't get a 4/4. You have to wait a couple turns and then then pay 6 mana for your 4/4 that dies to Winds of Rebuke. I don't know, or Unsummon, which is in the set. So yeah, Unsummon's in the set. So I don't know. I don't think that this card's great. I think that comparing it to.
I mean, I definitely think it's a C. Looks like a C.
I think a C minus.
A C minus?
Maybe I'm underrating Eternalize, but I think that paying 6 mana for a 4/4 Vigilance is nothing special. I think that usually on turn 6 you will have a better play. And while it's great to have this option, I don't know. I just don't.
Well, I mean, if you have a better play turn 6, then you do that. But if you have nothing else to play, then you Eternalize. Kind of like how Embalm worked.
Fair. I don't know. We'll see. So I think I'm gonna give it a C minus.
Okay.
But I could see myself being wrong about this. If the format is dirtily and like just card advantage, then I think you're right. I think it'll be better. Personally, I don't think we're gonna be there. but it'll be interesting to see. I was totally wrong on Unwavering Initiate, so here's hoping I'm wrong on this one, I guess. So Steadfast Sentinel, C-. Let's say
what else did we rate C-?
almost everything.
Okay.
Like let's real quick go back through the white cards. So if we go back to the first one, Active Heroism does. Oh yeah, I guess we should do a small, like, real quick pass over them again. So I don't think that much of this is changing, to be honest.
No.
I think I'm still pretty happy with these.
I just wanted to know, like, on what level you thought Steadfast Sentinel was.
I think it's comparable to the other C-minuses. I think that most of the white commons are really replaceable.
Okay. I think it's slightly better than them, so that's why I probably said a C, but...
Okay. Fair enough. We can agree to disagree.
I like dirtily white decks. So
right,
cool.
And that's what makes set reviews fun, is when everyone's disagreeing, you get some interesting discussions. All right, uncommons. Are you ready for Angel of the God Pharaoh?
Let's see. Angel. Oh yeah, this card's great.
This card does look pretty sweet. So Angel of the God Pharaoh, 4 white for a 4/4 angel, which is already playable on its own sometimes. But the awesome thing is it has cycling for 2.
Yeah, the cycling
that makes this card so much better.
Good. Yeah, the cycling's insane.
Yep, like a 4/4 flyer for 6 is acceptable. Like, I'll play it in some decks as a finisher, but having cycling just makes this an auto include in every white deck, I think. It's going to be hard to find a white deck that doesn't want this. Like, the only white deck that might not want this is some sort of really, really aggressive white-red deck. But I think every other iteration of white is going to want to have this as a finisher. So
yeah, definitely.
I think we can give this just a straight B.
Yep, B sounds good to me.
Yes, this is way better than Winged Shepherd.
Oh yeah, it has to be.
My
It's
God.
an uncommon.
Yeah.
Winged Shepherd's just a common. Don't give it such a hard time.
All right, next, Desert's Hold, 2 and a white for an enchantment aura. You can enchant target creature. When Desert's Hold enters the battlefield, if you control a desert, or there is a desert card in your graveyard, you gain 3 life. Enchanted creature can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. So this is Arrest with upside.
So good.
So good.
So good.
This card is amazing.
Like B+ or something.
Right. Now, I mean, how does this compare to Compulsory Rest?
Oh, way better.
You think it's... Well, how much better is way better? Because, like...
Oh, like...
I think they're actually pretty close.
I wouldn't say that.
I don't know. I feel like Compulsory Rest costing 2 is pretty sick because you can frequently play a creature and Compulsory Rest in the same turn. I don't think that's going to happen with Desert's Hold very frequently.
No, I know what you mean, but like I think well, Rest gives them 2 life, and also if it's an unbound creature, they get it back. Like, such a bummer. Yep. Like this, there's no way they can get it back, and activated abilities not being activated, it's very important because there's like really annoying creatures
like Fanbearer, cough cough.
Yes, that's the exact card I was thinking of.
I've lost a Fanbearer so many times. I'm so
like,
sick
you can't
of that
rest Fanbearer. Like, you're like, this is my only removal spell, and I want to get rid of Fanbearer, but I can't.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I think this is better.
Yep. So I think we could give this. Oh, sorry for the yawn. I think we can give this like a straight B or B+, maybe. This is
I think it's a B+.
Pretty much unconditional removal in white. I think we can give it a B or B+. I can see myself first picking this frequently, and that's what I want from a card that's being rated a B or B+.
Everyone thinks the Angel's closer to the B-.
Angel is closer to B-. Interesting. I could see that. The question is, like, how aggro is the format, right? Like, if the format's quite aggro, then sure. I think we could rate it a little lower. But I think my gut instinct tells me that the Angel of God Pharaoh is a B, just because cycling makes it pretty easy to include. And I like cards that are flexible like that. All right, next, we have Gideon's Defeat. 1 white mana for an instant. Exile target white creature that's attacking or blocking, and if it was a Gideon Planeswalker, you gain 5 life.
Gideon, how easy it must be to play the Protector when you think yourself untouchable. How wrong you are, Nicol Bolas.
Dang, Nicol Bolas.
What a savage.
What a savage. It's true. So how frequently do you think you're main decking this?
Like, probably never.
So
You don't main deck this stuff, right? Like,
not frequently, no. Like I think sometimes cards like this can be good enough to main deck, but usually when they're hate cards for 2 colors, like Blazing Volley is a good one if I recall. Like I remember main decking Blazing Volley now and then, just because it's a really strong card against white and blue, and since it's so strong, you can sometimes justify including it if your pool is weak in general. But this card isn't that good, so I think this is a straight sideboard card.
yep, definitely sideboard.
Right. So, from the sideboard, how good is this?
Oh, insane.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous, right? I think this is like
your
a sideboard
best
A.
If you're playing against white, you're like, oh man, guess what I got for you, buddy?
Yep. Yeah. So this picking. So actually, here's then the next level question. All right. If this is an A from the sideboard, how high do you pick this?
No, you still don't pick it high.
You still don't pick it high, huh? Because
Like if there's nothing else in the pack, then you pick it.
Fair enough. I could see myself picking this over a mediocre replaceable common, right? Like I could pick it over Haven of Enduring Hope or Active Heroism or another.
Oh
C-.
yeah, like you could. Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay, gotcha. So you'll take it over like most of the commons we looked at, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, depending on your curve and stuff and what your deck needs. Yeah. I mean, like if I'm like, oh, I'm good on creatures, I'm good on combat tricks, and I'll take this over.
Fair enough.
More creatures and more combat tricks. So.
Yep. Cool. All right. Next we have Oketra's wait, what? Why is this in here? That shouldn't be in here. That's a rare. Hang on a minute.
That is a rare.
That is a rare. Oops.
You got bamboozled.
I did get bamboozled. All right, we'll come back to that one. Next, we have Saving Grace. So Saving Grace is a uncommon enchantment aura with flash for 1 and a white mana. You enchant creature you control. When Saving Grace enters the battlefield, all damage that would be dealt this turn to you and permanents you control is dealt to enchanted creature instead. Enchanted creature gets +0/+3. What?
I like this.
This is so weird. This card does a lot of very strange things. So okay, let's first I think the first thing to remember with this card is that you can just use it as a +0/+3 to blank a red removal spell, right?
Yes.
Like I think that's probably going to be the most common use for this is, oh, you're casting Magma Spray on my 2/2. I'll Saving Grace it and attack you or something. So that's one case. But then, oh my god, then that huge line of text, the third line of text.
Yeah.
All damage that would be dealt this turn to you and permanents you control is dealt to enchanted creature instead. So let's think about what happens when we cast this on blocks. If we cast this on blocks, let's suppose we have, I don't know, an average board state. So a 2/2, a 3/3, and a 4/4. If we place this on we could place this on the 2/2 maybe, and make really good blocks with the 3/3 and 4/4. I don't know, that's kind of weird. God, this card is impossible.
I think I don't know. I love cards like this. Like it's
Yeah. Joey740 has a great point. It can be a fog if you're willing to sacrifice the creature, basically.
Well, I mean, the creature might not die.
It might not die, but it's probably, let's be real, it's probably dying, right?
I mean, you can put it on your giant 2/5.
It's true, right? You could put it on your 2/5 zombie, and then you have a 2/8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could
True.
live through a big attack. I feel like it's such a blowout card. Like I know I'm already gonna lose to this card.
Oh my god. I think what's gonna happen with this card is I'm gonna attack, my opponent's gonna cast Saving Grace, and I'll have to look at the card and be like, wait, what does this do again? And then I'll look at it and be like, oh, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Oi.
I think it's super. I mean, like you said, there's so many. It's so flexible.
Yep.
Like it saves a creature. It could be a gigantic blowout. Like it's a really cool card.
It's actually a little tricky. It doesn't necessarily save the creature, right?
No, not like. I mean, obviously, when you want to save it, you save it. Like if someone magma sprays and then you.
Right. But like they could magma spray your creature and then attack everything, and your creature's going to die.
Well, then you don't do. You wouldn't. You wouldn't put it on that creature.
I guess that's true.
It's in
But
your
then
control.
you didn't save
Like you're
it,
not
right?
gonna misplay like that, right?
Oh, I think I'm gonna misplay like that. This card's hard. Geez, I don't know. It's hard to evaluate. What do you think you picked this at?
It's really, I don't know. I think when the set starts, I'd probably pick it high just so I could try it out and hopefully blow people out with it.
Yep. No one's gonna play around this card on day one.
Oh, exactly. That's like the value of it too, I think. Like who's gonna play around this? Like it's so impossible to play around.
Yep. All right, let's give it like a question mark.
Question mark.
But
right?
I guess we'll give it like a C+. I don't know. At the end of the day, it is a trick. It's a high value trick, but I don't know. C plus, B minus.
Yeah, I mean it's not a creature or anything, but yeah, it's like I think a C is probably a good rating because it's kind of like question mark, question mark.
Yeah, this one's weird. All right. Next, we have Steward of Solidarity, 1 and a white for a human warrior creature 2/2. You can tap. Thank you for the follow. You can tap and exert Steward of Solidarity and create a 1/1 white warrior creature token with vigilance. Oh my god.
Oh, so good.
That's so good. Huh.
In the midst of disaster, heroic acts became almost ordinary. And ordinary warriors became heroes. Sorry, that was kind of blurry for me.
Yeah, no worries. This one's good. Like I don't see the downside with this card really. This is so good. Never ever exerting this? What? Are you kidding me?
Why?
Unless it can't attack? I don't know. It depends on my deck. If I've got like, I don't know, Inno-Catcher's Names or Trumpet Blast type effects, I'm definitely exerting this pretty frequently.
Oh yeah, you exert this for sure.
Yeah.
You just get more creatures.
Right. Every other turn you get a 1/1 white creature token and you keep the 2/2 that's making them. I don't know. That's pretty good.
It's another reason why Compulsionary Rest is not as good as the other spell.
It's true. Yep. So I don't know. I think this is really strong. The fact that you have the option of keeping it a 2/2 or making the warriors is really strong. Completely depends on your deck. True, but like this, think about what's the problem with the 2/2? Well, the problem with the 2/2 is that in the late game it's completely outclassed and it doesn't do jack against your opponent's 4/4s or 5/5s that then help combo block. Well, this solves that because you can just make dudes every other turn. I really like this. I think I'm going to be picking this pretty high.
Yeah.
So maybe like B minus.
Yeah, I think it's definitely like B minus. It's a good card.
Strong army in a can. Yeah, this is great.
Army in a can.
Yep. All right, Sun Scourge Champion, 2 and a white for a human wizard 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, you gain life equal to its power. And it has Eternalize for 4, but you have to discard a card. This is actually pretty strong. I think people are going to look at the discarded card and be like, wait, that's not very good. But if you think about it, that's fine because you're like, it's as if you're casting that card from your hand. You can think of it that way, right? Like when this card is in your graveyard, it's basically saying Eternalize, you have a free spell in a sense. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's how I'm really.
Yeah, this card's good. This card's good.
Yeah, I don't think the downside on this is as bad as it looks.
No, I don't think. I mean, discard a card is not like a huge downside usually.
Well, it is usually a pretty big downside, but like on this card, since you're getting it for free, I don't think it. I agree. I don't think it's a bad downside.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good card, and only just you pay 4 for a 4/4.
Yeah, that gains you 4 life. Yeah. That's really good. And the 2/3 for 3 that gains you 2 life is playable on its own. So yeah. I'm a big fan of this. I think this is great.
It's hard because you don't want to. I don't know. Is it like a card that you're just like super excited about though?
It's a solid value card. It's no Mulldrift or anything, but like I think that I would be happy taking this in the first 4 or 5 picks. How excited about this do I have to be, right? Like, I think this is in the low B range.
Maybe
maybe high C range.
Yeah, It's like between those letters.
Okay. So what do you
B and
think?
a half.
Would you say that this is closer to an average card or closer to a draw to be in white?
Mm, I feel like if you're in white, you want this. If I opened this pack one, I wouldn't be super drawn to white immediately. But if I opened it like pack two and I was already in white, I'd be like, yes, this is the card I
Nice.
want.
Okay. So tell you what, let's give this a B minus. With that logic, I like what you said. I think this is closer to a B minus. So great value, less of a downside than it
It's
looks.
a cool card.
Yeah, it
I
is
like
very
it.
interesting. I like the design. I'm gonna change this from archetypes to comments because I basically turned these into just comments.
Comments.
Yeah. All right. Unconventional tactics. 2 and a white for a sorcery. Target creature gets +3/+3 and flying until end of turn. That's a
The sorcery.
lot. Right. It is a sorcery, but wow, that is a lot of stats.
Yeah.
Now, whenever a zombie enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay a white mana. If you do, return it from your graveyard to your hand.
What?
This is...
Oh, I do love the art on this card.
Yeah,
too.
this is actually pretty sick. It's hard to say how good it is. I think, like, if you said, would you play 3 mana, target creature gets +3/+3, and gains flying until end of turn, and you have a 1 in 2 chance of regrowing it during your game, I'd be like, maybe not, right? Maybe not. It would depend on what my deck's trying to do. If I'm very aggressive, this makes the deck, even without the recursion. See what I'm saying? Like, I think that's where I'm on this card. But if I'm a zombies deck, wow, this is great.
Oh yeah, it's like time to reflect.
Yep, very similar to that card. I think Time to Reflect actually has a worse fail case, though, because with Time to Reflect, you literally cannot cast it.
You need zombies, but I mean, obviously, yeah, this card's better than Time to Reflect, I think. Well, also because you can get it back,
Right.
which is super cool.
Yeah. Yes, that's a good point. Eternalize and Embalm also triggers this, and you don't strictly have to be a zombies deck. Raketter, that's why I was saying, like, if I had only a 1 in 2 chance of recurring this, I would play it in some aggressive decks, but I wouldn't play it in all decks. But if I'm a zombie deck, this goes way up. So I don't know. This is interesting. I think we can give it like a C, but like zombies, maybe like B.
Yeah.
Like I think
it's hard because I'm like, when am I gonna take this in a pack? And it's like,
I think you'll know when you want it.
I think it's not like a good pack one card.
It's not, unless you are like super set in red white or super set in green white, and you know you're aggressive, then you can take this without too much fear. Or if you're in black white, wait, those are like 3 out of the 4 color combos.
It's like almost all of them.
Yeah. Yeah. So pretty cool. D normal. Wow, D normal is pretty low. I could see it being a D normal, but like, this is a lot of reach. I don't know. That's a lot of text. So maybe C minus. I could see going down a little bit on it for a normal deck. Anyways, really interesting card. I'm excited to try to play that one. All right. Next we have Vizier of the True. 3 and a white for a human cleric. 3/2. You may exert it as it attacks. When you exert a creature, tap target creature an opponent controls.
Outnumbered, but not outmatched.
Oh, man. This card, you know what this reminds me of?
What?
It reminds me just a little bit of Elite Scaleguard.
Whoa.
Remember that card?
Yeah.
Or maybe Goblin Heel Cutter is a better one.
Definitely Goblin Heel Cutter is a better example.
This feels more like Goblin Heel Cutter.
Yeah.
But is it better than Goblin? I don't think it's better because it doesn't have haste. But the effect has haste if you have another exert creature. Right?
Yeah. I think
this is so
you don't
good
play
in
it unless you have
deck.
another exert creature on the field first.
Fair, yeah. Fiendbinder. That's interesting. Yeah, it's sort of like Fiendbinder. I think it's better than Fiendbinder.
Like, can you imagine being like the red-white aggro deck with like your Neff Crop and Tanglers and stuff? You drop this on turn 4.
Oh, good God.
They can't block.
Game over.
Yeah, just like GG's.
Yeah. I don't think this is the best white uncommon because there's 2 great removal spells that I think I'm taking over this.
Yeah, no, like I don't think you take. I don't know. I don't think it's like insane.
Right. Like I would take Well, I guess wait, maybe just one removal spell. Like Desert's Hold, I take over this every time.
Ooh, wow. Someone says you can use it defensively. Joe pointed out you can use it defensively with the tap exert
That's true.
card.
There are a couple creatures that tap to exert.
That is so cool.
But that's a little
That's
tricky because those creatures don't untap, so it's sort of defensive, but then you just get hit really hard the turn after.
Now you use the Steward of Solidarity and make a 1/1 warrior token.
Yep. Ooh, good point. Yep. So I don't know. I think this card's like in the B range. I don't know exactly where it is in the B range though. I think I'm picking this pretty high though, so maybe B?
B?
Yeah, this is one of those cards that could end up being way better than it looks or way worse than it looks depending on what the format looks like.
Yeah, I think it really depends on how the format shapes up.
Yeah. Yep. Interesting card. All right, down to the rares. So we're going to do the rares, and then we're going to have to go back and circle back to A Catcher's Last Mercy because I missed that one apparently.
Okay.
But that's okay. So, everyone's favorite kitty cat, Adorned Pouncer.
So cute.
So cute. One
kitty.
and a white for a 1/1 double strike. With Eternalize for 5 mana. This is interesting.
So good.
Like how good is a 4/4 double strike in limited?
Ooh,
Like on a scale
really
from
good.
1 to really good. It's really good, isn't it?
When was the last time you had a 4/4 double strike in limited?
That one time I had an Odric. Wait, no. That was first strike.
Yeah, that's first strike.
I don't know.
But, like,
that's a good point. Yeah.
Like, do you remember that Scrapper Champion or whatever?
Oh yeah, Scrapper Champion.
That usually only was like a 3/3 and people wanted to kill it like
oh
right
yeah,
away
sometimes
already.
that card was super oppressive.
Yeah, so like imagine having a 4/4 double strike.
Yeah. I think this card is a pretty high pick. I would be happy to open this, I think. Now, here's a good comparison for this card. Do you think it's better or worse than Glorybound Initiate, which is another 2-mana rare in white? Because Glorybound Initiate, I think, was a frequent first pick.
Glorybound's better.
You think Glorybound's better? I think so too, because paying 5 mana for this is kind of tough for some aggressive decks, especially white. But yeah. I think that this is better because like just having a 1/1 double striker is really strong. So
I don't know if 1/1 double strike is super strong.
Well, it's strong in that. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say it's super strong. It's strong in that when you like the threat of eternalizing will cause people to not block it, so you can like pump it after they let it through. I don't know.
That's true.
There are certain things you can do with the 1/1 double strike that you can't do with like any other kind of card.
There is downside to Eternalize too, though. Like you said, unsummon and stuff.
True. But I mean, it's a free card. Like a 1/1 for 2 is already playable. Like the worst this card is a C, right?
Oh yeah. I don't know if it's an A though. Like, do you think it's like an A rare? Like,
I don't think it's quite an A rare, no.
Oh no, Magma Spray. That is very sad. Panda.
Rip the kitty.
Rip.
Yeah, I think I'm down with giving this like a B+.
Yeah. Magma Spray is so brutal for so many of these cards.
It is.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
There's a reason.
Do you know what the flavor text of Magma Spray says?
Sorry, what again?
Do you know the flavor text of
I
Magma
do not
Spray?
remember the flavor text of Magma Spray.
Ashes can't be embalmed.
Dang, that's so good.
It's so true.
Nice, hang on. I need to check something real quick. Cool, alright. I just need to check that. Okay, next up, we have Angel of Condemnation. 2 white for a flying vigilance 3/3. I'm sold. Sign me up. I want some timeshares. Yeah, no, this card's great. But wait, it has more text. You didn't even finish reading it. I didn't even finish the text. I don't even care. Okay, it says 2 mana and a white. So 2 and a white. Tap, exile another target creature. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Okay, that's already busted. And then it also says 2 and a white, exert. Exile another creature until it leaves the battlefield. So 2 and a white, exert, it becomes an Oblivion Ring.
Yes.
Whew! Wow. Even if it has no other abilities, it's already like a B or B plus.
Joe
Right?
says, I'd give up pack 2 to first pick this.
I'm not sure I'd go that deep on this card, but I think this is a great definition of an A.
Yeah, this is an
This is
A.
just a straight up
This
A.
is so
Yep,
gross.
this is disgusting. Oops.
I'm disgusted.
Yeah. Gross. All right. Next, by the way, if you want access to the spreadsheet, you can click the link here. And I'll post that on the YouTube video too, in case you want it. All right, Crested Sunmare, 3 white for a horse mythic with 5 power and toughness. And it says other horses you control have indestructible. At the beginning of each end step, if you gained life this turn, create a 5/5 white horse creature token.
It is evidence that some pure corner of the world must still exist. Juru, former tall crop initiate. What a beautiful flavor text.
Yep. So let's suppose that you have 0 ways to gain life. And this is just a 5/5 for 5 in your deck.
Why would you do that?
But let's suppose, right?
Okay.
Like you pick it up pack 3 and you just never see any life gain.
Are you in white?
Yeah. We're base
take it.
white. Yeah, but how good is it in that deck?
It's fine. It's like Colospeed.
Yeah. Colospeed, but it costs 2 white, so like slightly worse than Colospeed.
Yeah, but if you open it, then you'd probably be like pack 3. Maybe look for
right.
at least one way to gain life.
Right.
Oh,
man,
also, do you know what? This actually makes that Luxa Shrine
that's
playable.
true. It does make
Like that.
Luxor
No one
Shrine
plays
use.
it, but then like it's the last pack. You're like, yeah, you go into Amonkhet, you're like, where's the Luxa Shrine?
Right. I guess you technically couldn't get this in pack 3.
No, you can't.
Anyways, I don't know. I think this is like a bit of a build around, but I think it's not too hard to turn this on.
Ooh, Sacred Cat. Good.
Sacred Cat, yep. I remember thinking that when this spoiled, I'm like, ooh, I want to play Sacred Cat with this thing. You just
I thought Luxa Shrine for some dumb reason.
Well, Luxa Shrine is fine too. I don't know if I have 2 of these in a Luxa River Shrine. Hell yes, that sounds awesome. All right, later, Tim. So I think that we can call this a B plus. Like if you get 1 horse out of this, it's unbelievable.
Oh yeah, 1 horse and
Just
it's
1.
So
That's all
much
you need.
value.
Right.
1
So
horse.
I think that since this like defines a game plan, we can give this a B plus.
There's so many like gain life spells though. There's also like Renewed Faith and like I don't know. I'm trying to think of more.
Yeah, renewed faith. That 3/3 white flyer.
Cycle.
Yep. There's a lot. All right, Jeru with eyes open. 3 white for a 4/3 vigilance human warrior. When Jeru with eyes open enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a planeswalker, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. If a source would deal damage to a planeswalker... Okay, this is flavor text. So it's a 4/3 for 5 with vigilance, unless you're really lucky and already winning everything.
Oh man. Unless you just got all the goods.
Yeah. Vigilance isn't terrible, but I'm not really excited to play this.
No.
I think this is like a C minus. Okay, here's a question. What would you rate it if you have a planeswalker?
Ooh,
Is this like
it
a
depends
B minus?
which planeswalker. Like if you have Nissa, like I don't know.
Nissa, well, yeah. If you have, let's suppose it's a white planeswalker or a monocolored planeswalker. So like Liliana, maybe.
Liliana or Gideon.
Sure. Liliana, Gideon. What else is there?
I think that's very good then.
Yeah.
Like you get search of your planeswalker.
Yep.
That's sick.
4/3 vigilance that draws the best card in your deck. That seems pretty good. So I don't know. I think that this is usually a C minus because you can, or maybe a D plus, because you could play a 4/3 vigilance for 5. It's not exciting, but you can play it. But once you have a planeswalker, this card goes way up. It's like maybe a B minus because it draws the best card in your deck, and a 4/3 with vigilance is not an irrelevant body. It trades with most 5-drops. So I think I'm okay with giving this like a C minus.
Yeah.
Let's say B with a castable planeswalker in your deck. Yeah, that's why I said castable. If you have Nicol Bolas, I guess that's great flavor. Nick Jerry does not help you much when you have Nicol Bolas. Fair enough. Or maybe Nicol Bolas does not help you when you have Jeru. Maybe that's a better way to think of it.
They're just not friends.
Yes, they're not. All right. Hour of Revelation. 3 white. Sorcery. Destroy all non-land permanents, but it costs 3 less to cast if there are 10 or more non-land permanents on the battlefield.
In the first moments, the gate to the afterlife opened, and the people were prostrate in the light of the god Pharaoh.
Prostrate.
Prostrate? Prostrate? How do you say that word?
Prostrate. But it sounds like prostate, so it's funny. So white is very difficult and limited. At least on curve, right? Like, how bad is white at 6 mana?
Not that bad.
Pretty. It's. I don't know. Like, how many games do you have where you've got like a nice balanced mana base and you've got like 5 let's say 5 forests and 8 forests and 9 plains, something like that. Like, how many games have you seen where you end up with 2 plains on turn 6?
Okay, but that's different. That's because I don't have triple white spell in my deck. I wouldn't.
Okay, so how many white sources do you have to run to make this reliable?
9.
Just 9? We could do the math on it. I feel like if you have just 9, it's probably like 60 or 75% that you can cast this on turn 6. I think that in order to like 90% of the time... Here, you know what? We can actually math this out. All right, time for some hypogeometric calculation. Okay. So let's see. Odds, let's say there's 40 cards in the deck. There are, let's say we're running 11, right? 11 successes. We have, by turn 6, 13 draws. And we need 3 successes. That's 80% in an 11 planes deck that we can cast this on turn 6.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is sketchy, to say the least.
I get the sketchy, because you probably want to run deserts and stuff.
Right.
So.
I honestly don't think I'm going to ever pick this. Like, that's probably exaggeration, but you have to be very, very, very heavily white to cast this. Like, you have to be base white, splashing something maybe, but I don't know. I'm not really stoked about this. Because, like, here's the thing. The best thing about Wrath cards is that when you're behind, like, let's say you stumble, you miss a land drop, and your opponent's curving out, you know, once you get your 4th land with the 4-mana Wrath, the game is just, like, completely flipped. Like, you might be lower on life total, but it's solid, right?
Yeah.
True, yeah. If you have a little fixing in green-white, you could get there. I can agree with that. Exile will be more interesting because of involved. Yeah, sure. That's another good point.
That's a good point.
If it said exile, this would be better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh man, that'd be so sad. You're so right.
I honestly think that this is a D. I think that.
Wow, a
yeah,
D?
I think it's narrow enough that it's a D. I think that I would pick most. Well, here's a funny thing, because I think it's a D in like you're gonna play it about the same amount of times as you play a D. But I think that you're still going to pick it like halfway through the pack instead of at the end of the pack, because when you do play it, it's very strong, right?
Yeah.
Like it's a high risk pick, but a high reward pick.
I don't know. I'm like greedy, so I'd totally play it. I don't think I'd first pick it.
Fair enough. I think I give it a D+. Very difficult to cast. Mana reduction is irrelevant. Like if there's 10 or more non-land permanents on the battlefield, that is effectively irrelevant. It does not matter, right? Like at that point, having cost 3 less doesn't matter. Let's see if I can spell irrelevant. There we go. Relevant. Narrow. Is this really a 3-mana Wrath that often in limited? No. It is very, 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 very unlikely for it to be a 3-mana Wrath in limited.
Unless your opponent's a savage and has a Ketras Monument.
And see, like, the funny thing is, though, like, the fact that it's 6 mana, here's the other, like, oh my god, there's so many things about this card, right? Like, that make it close to unplayable. The fact that it's 6 mana doesn't matter as much as the fact that it has 3 white mana symbols in it. Right? Like,
Dude, I don't know. 3-white mana symbols doesn't scare me at all. I don't know why.
Well, does the 6 mana scare you, where you're usually not going to cast it when you need it to catch up?
6 mana scares me.
I don't know.
3-white doesn't scare me as much.
I think that they both scare me a lot. And actually, you know what? I'm going to go bold and call this an F+. I don't think you should play this. I don't think you should play this. I think this card is bad. Like, I don't see myself wanting to tap out for this ever.
You don't want to cast this
Or rather,
card?
I see myself... Sorry, I should rephrase. Sorry, that was wrong. I don't see myself wanting to... I don't see myself able to cast this when I want to. Right?
I don't know.
I think it's almost impossible to cast in Limited when it matters. So...
I'm going to cast it.
Fair enough. I think
But
Descend upon
I'm
the
also
Sinful.
like approach with the second.
All right. Well,
so.
You know what? We'll see who's right. I'm curious to see how often that people have this and it's stuck in their hand.
Okay.
We shall see. Though I guess maybe F+. Okay, F+ is a little too harsh. Fine. Chat's like shitting on me now.
Yeah, dude, you can't say F+.
I gotta say just D.
Rap.
D I think is fair. There are probably times when this will get main decked and it'll be good. But I don't know, guys. I think that usually you're not playing this. Moving on. Overwhelming Splendor, 6 white for an enchantment or a curse. You enchant target player. Creatures enchanted player controls lose all abilities and have base power and toughness 1/1. Enchanted player can't activate abilities that aren't mana abilities or loyalty abilities. Wow.
Do you think this is easier to cast than than the other card we just talked about?
No. I think it's harder.
Okay.
I think this is harder than the other card.
Harder to get than white.
This is a hell of a lot better. Right?
Then, yeah,
Is
it is a lot better.
way
It's a
better.
mythic, so it has to be.
Right.
Right?
So, like, the way I see this card is, if you have this pack one, pick one, you slam dunk take it every single time, and you just draft a deck that ramps to it. Like, this is sort of like, I think this is better than Sandworm Convergence, right? So I think how high you rate this card depends on how high you rate Sandworm Convergence.
I think it's about the same as Sandworm Convergence. Maybe I think it is better.
This is definitely better because, like,
better.
I've won through Sandworm Convergence before. I'm not saying that that's common, right? But it
no,
happens.
yeah.
Like,
this has a huge impact already on the board compared to Sandworm.
If your opponent has 4 creatures and they're all 1/1s and you have 1 blocker, as long as you have more than 4 or 5 life, you're good. You're never losing that game.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, I think I agree. You need to be like blue-white control or green-white ramp to get here.
You need a ramp. Yeah, it's
Right.
basically a Sandworm. Because once you get to 8 mana, you could be really behind, and 1/1s can still kill you.
Right. So I don't know. I think that we can rate this at a, decently. I think this is probably maybe like a...
Would you first pick this?
Yeah.
Pack one, pick one?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I'm trying to, like, I think I'm being a little hyperbolic when I said I would pack one, pick one in any pack. That's not true. I wouldn't. Because there are definitely some uncommons that are probably on balance better than this card. You have to work really hard in your draft to make this work, and sometimes it's just not. But I think that this is a true game-winning bomb, and even at 8 mana, I think I'm willing to try to make that work.
Oh, wow. Everyone's talking about the blowouts when someone kills this card at instant speed.
Sure. Sure, yeah, cast out, that's disgusting.
Forsake the worldly. Disgusting.
That's a good point. In that sense, Sandworm Convergence is better than this card.
Winds of Rebuke.
Oh!
Disgusting.
Oh, man. Unsummon doesn't hit this, right? That just hits creatures?
No, that just hits creatures.
Okay, good. Yeah, maybe this is just a little too sketchy.
It's like... It can either win you the game or you just get, like, super blown out, right?
Right.
I think I'd still go for it, though. Like, how can you not?
True. Okay, but, like, let's suppose you're at the Pro Tour Day 2 and you're drafting.
Oh, I wouldn't first pick this.
Okay. So, really, we should probably rate it, like, a C-. Or C.
Well, I guess it depends.
Let's just give it a build around.
Build around? Okay.
Yeah, build around A. Like, that I think is a fair rating for it. But, again, I started really high on this card because it's so splashy, right?
Yeah, it is very splashy.
It's very splashy, but I think it's just a little too hard to cast. Let's build around A. Let's give it just like really strong, though vulnerable 2 blowouts.
To blowouts.
This is a card you plan on building around in a month or so when the format starts to get stale. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Solemnity. 2 and a white for an enchantment. Players can't get counters. Counters can't be put on artifacts, creatures, enchantments, or lands.
The arrival of the God Pharaoh marked a betrayal of both gods and mortals.
Well, this is just a constructed plant, right?
Yeah.
I don't think... Okay, is there any case where you sideboard this in? Like, how many Splendid Agonies does your opponent have to have before this becomes sideboardable?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because if you're against a black-green deck, it's probably good if they don't get counters.
Is it, though? But, like...
Their creatures just get bigger.
Yeah, then their creatures get huge. I don't know. I think this is just bad.
Yeah.
Hurts Edifice.
Ooh, hurts Edifice.
Here's the other thing, though. Like, if they have their Edifice on the board and they get it to 3 counters, this doesn't take the counters off. Right? It says they can't be put on, but that doesn't mean it takes them off.
Edifice is still good.
Yeah, so like Edifice is still
it.
exactly right, because they can make it so your creatures can't attack, which is the more important part of Edifice, anyways. I think that this is a sideboard D, maybe, if that. I think that's generous.
I don't even think I don't know. I will never probably ever bring this in.
Very unlikely to be played. Yep, great.
Very good constructed, though.
All right, now going back to Oketra's Last Mercy, which is the one card we missed. Thank you for the follow, Tony Doney. Oketra's Last Mercy, 1 white sorcery. Your life total becomes equal to your starting life total. Lands you control don't untap during your next untap step.
To the end, all Oketra did was for others.
Oh, poor cat mom.
No, Mom, don't leave me.
Yeah.
No thanks, Mom.
Yeah, I'm not really looking to play this. I could see sideboarding this, maybe.
I can see sideboarding it, yeah.
But
against like an aggro deck.
Yeah. But I'm definitely never main decking this. This card
triggers
seems bad.
Horse.
True, it does trigger the horse.
There you do. It does.
Would you play it if you had the horse in your deck?
Lands you control don't untap. Yeah. I'd play the horse.
I think it's probably playable with the horse. All right, so sideboard. Let's give it a sideboard C, maybe D, maybe board against aggro, or with a horse.
Or with a horse.
Does it trigger the horse though? Yes. Changing your life total to a higher amount of life does count as life gain. This is
it does.
This is in the rules. So, yep. Wow. Like I think 5 people answered that question once. It's great. Okay. Cool. All right. So how do you feel about white overall?
I think it's okay. It's got like good removal, which is always what I like about white. White's like. So in Amonkhet, I'm pretty sure I almost always played a deck with white in it. Like sealed, even in draft. Like I think white is my most like played color in Amonkhet. And I think some of these cards definitely do add to it. It's got some really good rares. It's got some good uncommons. The commons are like, but like they're commons.
Gotcha.
You probably play them.
Yep.
But yeah, it always seems medium. That's kind of like white's job is to seem medium.
Yeah.
It just pairs good with other colors.
Yeah, I mean it's funny because when white is good in limited, it seems like it's overpoweredly good.
Right.
But I don't know. We'll see. The aggro strategy gained a lot, and so did zombies. I'm not convinced yet that the aggro strategy gained a lot. We'll see. Because there's like, I think that the commons in white are below average. I think that they are worse than they were in Amonkhet. I don't know if you agree with that, Teresa.
Well, I mean, Amonkhet has Gust Walker, so...
Yeah, Amonkhet had Gust Walker, Unwavering Initiate, Compulsory Rest.
Oh man, white and Amonkhet's so good.
Yeah.
That's why I always played it. It had Binding Mummy.
Binding Mummy,
so
Binding Mummy.
Has Fanbearer.
Fanbearer, yeah.
What more could you want?
I think that, on balance, white is worse in this set than it was in Amonkhet, so I suspect that it's a slight downgrade. And that will slow down the format overall, probably. But how much it'll slow down, it's hard to say. Like, I was completely and totally wrong on my evaluation of Amonkhet, because I thought Amonkhet would be a pretty slow format with all the embalm and all that stuff. So I think it remains to be seen where it comes out. But my suspicions is that white is slower, and that white is slightly worse. But we'll find out.
Definitely worse. I mean, it's no Gus Walker, so.
There's no Gus Walker, yeah. All right. Well, cool. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, of course.
Awesome to have you here. By the way, why don't you post your Twitch in chat, and everyone, you should definitely follow SqueeTheGoblin.
Oh.
She is queued for the Pro Tour. She's going to be doing some Pro Tour prep in the next few weeks. You're queued for Kyoto, right? Which is, which one? Is it this next one, or?
Yep, it's Hour of Devastation.
Nice. So, you know, if you want to watch her prep for Pro Tour Hour of Devastation, definitely check her stream out. She's a lot of fun. We're going to be teaming for GP Providence. And yeah, I'm excited to see her stream grow. So you guys should check her out. Whoa.
All right. Thanks for having me. This is fun. I'm glad we got to go through white, my favorite color.
Yep. All right. See you later.
All right. Bye.
Bye. All right, so now we're going to go to a bit of a break, and I'm going to try to get my next guest on. So hang on a second. Actually, you know what? Let's just switch to the actual break screen for a little bit. So I'm going to switch to that, and we'll be right back. Stick around.
Alright. Where's my camera? Hello. All right. Cool. I can see you now.
All right, I think we're good to go. So let me real quick switch back to the altering layout, and let me share my screen with you, and turn off the interstitial music. Sorry, I'm like juggling a million balls right now. Okay, cool. And whoops, that is the wrong layout. Whoops. Set reviews. That's the right layout. Why did that? Okay, there we go. Let me switch you. Oh my God, so many things. All right, there we go. You are very magnified right now. There you go. Let me switch this real quick so you're not SqueeTheGoblin. You are Ryan Saxe, by the way. Welcome
Ooh,
to
I
Ryan
do like
Saxe.
Squee though.
Yeah, Squee is pretty awesome. Can you turn your camera down like an inch? That's perfect. Thank you. All right, can you see everything good? Yeah?
Yep.
All right, so why don't you introduce yourself to chat? This, by the way, is Ryan Saxe.
Hi guys. I'm Ryan. I guess a local player in New York City. Although I travel to most of the limited GPs, I write I think I'm the only person who writes limited content consistently for StarCityGames.com. And I would say that my favorite part of any format is the first week because I love solving problems.
Yep.
And that's what it is.
Me too. Oh man, this is my favorite time. I love doing these set review streams. I know a lot of streamers are like, "Oh my God, it's so much work," but man, it's a lot of fun to do these.
Yeah.
I especially like being the first person on the scene because usually I'm the first person to do this. So my reviews are done. They're probably worse than other people's reviews because I don't have their context, but it's fun to go in blind. All right.
Yeah.
So how did you catch any of the white set review or no?
I think I saw like the tail end of it.
Gotcha.
But I wasn't able to watch most of it. No.
Gotcha. Okay. Have you looked at the white spoilers?
Yes, I've seen all the cards in the set.
Gotcha.
I haven't, I don't know them well yet. But I have seen all of the cards. There are actually, I was really surprised by the number of like. I think there are like a good number of like instant win kind of cards, not like rares, I mean, but just like cards that like really like overrun kind of.
Yeah, not in
mini
white,
overrun is back, which is like.
Yeah. Oh, in green, right.
Yeah.
Yes.
We haven't gotten there yet.
Underrun, maybe.
Yes.
What did you? So sorry, I'm just like trying to bridge from the last one. Did you have a general impression of how you felt white was?
White seemed overall solid. It has one of the best removal spells in the whole.
Two really good removal spells, actually.
What's the second one?
I like Sandblast as well.
I'm in general in limited not a huge fan of just like conditional removal spells. I'm more of like so there are a lot of or at least in most recent sets I've been like if you look at like the way that I drafted Aether Revolt, for example, I took the cards like Aether Chaser, Aether Swooper over even the unconditional removal spells. I'm very much I tend to prioritize efficiency really highly.
Yep.
And so conditional removal spells lose a lot of that efficiency because you can't always find the window to play them when they're efficient, which makes me not like them as much. So it's called Sandblast, right?
Yep.
So Sandblast is an example of a card that looks solid because it should kill most things coming at you. But I tend not to be as much of a fan of. And they also tend to be very format dependent depending on tricks.
True.
And
so here, by the way, for people that want context, is Sandblast. I think I generally agree 100% with what you said. I think I'm a little higher on Sandblast, mainly because I see this format and I'm looking at the rares, and there are a lot of very strong rares. And I think that removal that deals 5 damage kills almost everything. The fact that it's conditional is annoying. It doesn't kill something that's sitting back and creating incidental advantage like a fan bearer or something like that. But I think that having access to Sandblast is strong.
Sure.
I don't think it's as strong as what was it, Desert's Hold, I think is the one you're talking about. So I think we're on the same page there. But I think that Sandblast looks pretty good to me.
Yeah.
I might have it a little too high at B-.
It's definitely like a solid card that I'll put in most of my decks, that's for sure.
Cool. All right.
All right.
Why don't we just get started with blue? Because I think people have been waiting. It's not your fault. Thank you for stepping in on such short notice.
Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, let's just get started with Aerial Guide. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 flyer. Whenever Aerial Guide attacks, another target attacking creature gains flying until end of turn. How do you feel about 2/2 flyers in blue for 3?
So, I mean, if we think about the last time we saw this, right? Windrake wasn't particularly good.
Nope, Windrake was pretty bad.
And it's one of those things where it was, when the card just blocks very poorly, and this even has a mechanic that makes you want to be attacking. So, like 3 mana for a 2/2 regardless has to have like a lot of like a good boost somewhere. And so, but the second ability on this,
this is pretty strong.
I think it could be very, very good.
Yeah, I think I agree 100%. Like, if this format is aggressive and you can build aggressive blue decks, which granted hasn't been true in every format, but assuming you can build some aggressive blue decks, I think that this card's going to be a linchpin for that deck.
I agree.
So,
for sure.
Yeah, I suspect that this is a better than average common, but with that in mind, how high do you want to pick this?
I mean, it looks to me like a card that I wouldn't expect to wheel. Would take something around like 5th or 6th if I was already in blue. It definitely doesn't make me want to be blue.
Right.
But I also feel like I won't be cutting it for most of my blue decks, depending on how, the blue decks sort of shape up. Like the blue decks in this past format were weird.
Yes, they definitely were. I didn't like them very much, but
no, I only liked the aggressive ones, and that doesn't even necessarily I know Slitherblade's controversial. I was a fan of the card.
Yeah.
But that, not even counting Slitherblade, Blue Cartouche was one of my favorite cards in the format. And just sort of playing as monocolor of an aggro deck that I could with 5 blue cartouches was something that actually happened a surprising amount.
Yeah.
So again, this looks like the kind of card that if the blue decks lean aggressive will be very, very good, one of the key commons. If they don't, it still should be fine. I mean, you have to be able to close out a limited game, right?
Right.
So most of your limited decks win by attacking.
Yes.
And so even though this card isn't the best at blocking, if you have a blue-green deck with big guys, which there are a good amount in this set, it definitely can help close out a game.
Yep. I think that this card is the type of card that wins games of limited, and as such is an above average common. So I think we can give it a C+ or maybe even cracks into the B- range.
So I feel like this is a perfect sweet spot for a C+. I can see a world in which it's a B-.
Yeah.
But I'm sort of hesitant to get it into the B range.
I think I agree. Yeah, I think we're on the same page on this one. Cool. Good stuff. All right, next, Avon Reedstalker, 3 and a blue for a flash flying 2/3. Well, yeah, I mean, the last time we saw something like this at common was the 3/3 flash for 5 spirit in Shadows, which, if I recall correctly, was a pretty high pick. Not super high, but for a 5-drop, it was better than average.
Yeah, it was a fine card. It the existence of that taught me to put a stop on my end step in Moto so that I could remove it before my opponent untapped.
Yep.
Because I lost a game that way, which is why I remember the card. I mean, the card was fine. This card also looks fine. I feel like the more important thing, rather than how good this card is to just know that it exists.
Yes.
Yeah,
cards with flash at common really warp the way you attack. Pouncing Cheetah at times causes me to not attack with a 1/1 that generates value in the late game. I don't know. There are cases where the opponent has 3 mana, 3 mana up is in red-green, and you're I could attack with this Fan Bearer, but I'm just not going to.
Yep, or you exert the Gustwalker even though you don't have to. You miss out on
that's a really good
some
example.
Damage.
Yep.
This one's interesting though because the difference between this and Pouncing Cheetah, the 3 versus the 2 toughness on a card that wants to be defensive,
yes,
is pretty huge. Flying is also huge. Obviously it's format dependent, but in limited, flying tends to be very good.
Yeah.
This is actually, it's a little bit. It's not the easiest card to evaluate without seeing how it lines up against the entire set, which is hard to figure out. I feel like this is a great example of just like your solid C, like a card that you put in most of your decks, but if you miss it, you don't really care.
Right.
It could be better.
Yeah, I think C is about right for this.
Yeah, it's like if you think about this in terms of the last format, just triple Amonkhet, the card would have been terrible.
Yeah, and triple Amonkhet, I don't think it's great.
Yeah, like I don't think I would have put it in most of my blue decks just because 4 mana was so much.
Yeah, and it's not synergistic with anything other than other flyers maybe. So I think we can give it like a C replacement level.
Yeah, exactly. Like it doesn't strike me as
sort of a removal spell. Like it's also sort of a removal spell in some ways.
Yes, it really can be.
Yeah.
It's going to be very, very good in specific matchups. And I don't I don't think there are that many things to do at instant speed in general in this format. I remember getting that feel when I was looking over the spoiler, which does make it a little worse actually, just because it's one.
Yes. Yeah. What you're getting at is like the more things you can do at instant speed, the more flexibility you have, and the less painful it is to leave up mana on your opponent's turn. I think that's what you're getting at. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. All right. I think I'm comfortable with just a straight C on that one. Next, we have Countervailing Winds, 2 and a blue for an instant. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 1 for each card in your graveyard, which normally is borderline unplayable, but it has cycling too.
Isn't there like almost a card identical to this from like an old one with cycling for a blue? I think this card exists except with cycling for a blue.
It might. I don't know, but I actually kind of like this.
It's interesting. It could be very good. It could be. I mean, so 3 mana for like. All right, it has cycling. Assuming that you replace the counter target spell, like the 1 for each card, if it said counter target spell unless its opponent pays what, and it was 3 mana counter spell with cycling for 2, where is that threshold for it to become good, right?
Yeah, like how much mana do you want the opponent to be paying? Is what you're saying?
Exactly.
Right. So I mean, I would say like, if it's just 2, then it's playable but not great, because that'll counter almost every spell on turn 3 and most spells on turn 4, right? And some spells on turn 5. But like I think you want mana leak almost for this to be like great.
Yeah, I mean, well, so even the card 3 mana leak is playable and limited, but it's not great. I mean, obviously you give it cycling and it has some great implications. The other problem I see with this card though is that there are going to be times where you can't even cast it on 3.
Yep.
Obviously then you cycle it, but like it's one of those cards that looks like it could be very good, but also like has a bunch of red flags going for it.
Yeah. I could see this being played as a weird sort of top end card for some blue decks. Right? Like if you can play this in a deck that doesn't have, I don't know, what's a good way to explain it? Like I don't know, I guess in that case it's mostly just a counterspell anyways. I don't know. I don't like this that much. No, but it is interesting. Like the fact that it has cycling makes me want to like this.
Right. Well, yeah, and it also, as we learned in the last format, the speed of the format really can hurt cycling for 2. This format looks grindier, but the last format also looked grindy. I think it did. And
I think like I said this earlier, but I think 80 or 90% of the people reviewing Amonkhet were totally wrong, including myself.
I mean, like in my article
how aggressive the format would be.
That talked about it, I definitely talked about, well, if you look at the mechanics, it looks like it's going to be a pretty grindy format, and that's how I evaluated things. So, this is one of those cards that I also just avoid counter spells in limited. I just don't like in not non-sealed. In sealed the card probably gets much better, but in draft, I feel like I would give it some, like, even though it has cycling for 2 isn't nothing.
Yeah.
And it is somewhat conditional. I think I would give it a C- because I don't feel like I'll include it that much. But when I do include it, I feel like it'll be good.
Yep.
In the decks that I put it in.
I think I agree. In fact, I think I'd go to D+ on this.
That's fair.
But I think like when you want it, I think you'll know you want it.
Yeah.
But I don't think you want this that frequently. You need a lot of cycling to make this good. Like if you have a lot of 1-mana cyclers, then this card actually turns into like a pretty decent counterspell on turn 3, but even then, like you don't want that card in your limited deck most of the time. Even, exactly. Mediocre counterspell.
Yeah. To be honest, I mean, like the more you think about it, just the worse it gets, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of how I was at, because I'm like, oh, this solves the problem that counterspells have, mana leaks have, because you could cycle it when it's no longer good, except it's never good. And so, yeah, I think that's the problem with this. It's hard to make an actual Magic card. Okay, next we have Cunning Survivor, 1 in a blue for a 1/3 human warrior, which has whenever you cycle or discard a card, Cunning Survivor gets +1/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked this turn.
I have a soft spot for cards like this.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah, I mean,
because 1/3s for 2 are playable without any other text. Like they're Ds, but you'll play them sometimes, especially from the sideboard against a deck with a lot of 2/1s.
Yeah. I mean, I think the entirety of this card just has to do with the way things line up, and I'm pretty sure like the creatures look. I don't actually think there are that many great 2/1s, which makes this card a substantial amount worse. I do. Yeah. I mean, cards that can't be blocked and can attack for like a reasonable amount, I mean, are cards that you have to be careful about, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, this can be if it turns out it can be a good blocker and also a very reasonable finisher. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's great. Also, it seems like the kind of card that not every deck is even going to want very much.
Right. And you're hitting on a really important concept that Calcano actually utilizes very well, which is like if you find cards that no one else wants and you can get them late in a pack, you have gained so much value from your draft.
Oh yeah.
And so like I think I've said this on my stream several times, but I lost to your team in TDL when Calcano drafted a nutty efficient construction deck against us. And it's funny because like I told my team, because I'd watched his stream the night before and he built an efficient construction deck. So I told my team, yo, please, if you're sitting next to Calcano, hate draft that card. Make sure he doesn't get it because, I think he'll play it. And they didn't believe me. Yep. And they passed it twice.
Mono red efficient construction.
Yeah, mono red efficient construction, and we just got slaughtered by that card. And so, anyways, that's like a case study of what you can do if you value certain cards higher than other people do and can make them great. So this could be a card like that, because people don't like picking 1/3s for 2.
No, and but so, like imagine you having 2 1/3s on the battlefield is actually pretty great, especially depending on the combat tricks. Just because 6 toughness is a lot, so. Like double blocking, 2 1/3s can hold back like a variety of things, especially since they threaten to be 2/3s. Mm-hmm. If you have 1 mana up, right? So it can be and if you think about it in multiples as well, even if you just have 2 on the battlefield, you can randomly just 6 them.
Yes.
And so this is one of those cards that is going to be one of the ones that I'm messing around with a lot in the beginning of the format. Because it looks like a kind of card that is going to be one of the medium blue commons. And since blue in draft on average, just because of the way blue cards work, in recent sets tends to be one of the worst colors.
Right.
Getting like 3 or 4 of these doesn't seem unreasonable.
Right.
For now, I feel like it's a C-. Just because not every deck's gonna want it. But there are decks that I can think that'll utilize it to the point where it could be like a B, something that you really want to put on turn 2 and just like is perfect with your game plan.
Yeah.
Just to be aware.
Yep. I think I agree entirely. All right. Next we have Proven Combatant, 1 mana for a 1/1 with Eternalize for 6. So you could pay 6 and make a 4/4 black zombie human warrior token. Thank you for the follow, guys.
Card just seems kind of bad.
Yeah. Okay, so like, let's try to make this good.
Okay.
Right? Like, what deck wants this? Actively wants it?
A deck that doesn't have to draw it, but can put it in the graveyard.
Ooh, I kind of like that actually.
Like if there's, but there aren't that many discard effects, or I mean there are mill effects, but I don't think they're particularly great. It's just the kind of thing like it's sort of like if you want to think of it as a 1/1's going to do almost nothing other than chump block. There tend not to be that many X1s.
Yep.
And so if it's like the card, it would be like kind of like the card, 6 mana, like 4 blue for a 4/4 gain 2 or 3 life, maybe.
Right, but that's like a much worse Sacred Cat.
Yeah, it's like still. Right. I mean, also the only reason why, like, I'm pretty sure if you put this card in Amonkhet, like triple Amonkhet, it would actually be pretty good.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yep.
The thing that I think everybody missed was the fact that there were like 4 or 5 Leonin Scimitars at common.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that just made 1-drops just good.
Yeah.
And so that's, looking at the full spoiler, that's just not the case.
Mm-hmm.
And so anything that's just, both halves of this card are quite bad.
Right.
Even if I'm playing a card that's slightly worse that draws me a 6-mana 4/4, it doesn't make that card that much better because a 6-mana 4/4 is just not good.
Yes.
So I feel like I would give this like a D.
Yep.
Maybe even D-. I don't want to give it an F because I can see worlds where I'd put it in my deck.
Yep. I think D is accurate. I like that. So we can say maybe playable with enough equips. I don't know. There aren't like honed Kopeshes specifically or something.
I mean, even equipping this is just like fine. It might depend on the third pack. Like maybe 8 Slitherblades are opened and you have one and you end up, I don't know. Like even the Slitherblade deck's also probably not going to exist for the same reason. Like the fact of the matter is a 1/1 is not a card, a 2/2 is a card, often enough at least. And so when you can make your 1/1 a 2/2 without going down a card or whatever you want to call it, and this if this card was a 2-mana 2/2 with
it'd be so much better.
It would be great.
Yes.
You know, the card would be just you almost never cut it from your blue decks.
Right.
But a 1/1's just so much worse.
Yep. All right, Seer of the Last Tomorrow, 2 and a blue for a 1/4 Naga Cleric. You can pay a blue, tap, and discard a card to make target player put the top 3 cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard. So is mill going to be a thing? Or are we self-milling with this? I guess it's discard a card, so we're certainly not self-milling.
Yeah, I mean, if this was just play and tap, I would like it. I mean, we've seen cards like that before, and they end up being reasonable win conditions.
Yeah, what was that card in Ravnica, like original Ravnica? You know what I'm talking about?
That card was great.
Yeah?
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
I know which. I don't remember the name of it. But that card had a strategy that relied entirely around itself. This one, the fact that like you have to discard a card.
Yes, that's the killer. Like, if this said, 2 and a blue tap, I would probably like it. But it says discard a card, and that is so punishing. I don't.
Even if it was just 2 mana, like 3 mana for a 1/4 is also just too bad. Too bad of a rate for an effect that seems very niche. Like even if
you can't
if
even block damage in this format with a 1/4 because there's afflict. So like if they have an afflict creature, your 1/4 isn't actually preventing damage, and that's the point of a 1/4.
Yep, and there are also 2 graveyard mechanics, so you could be drawing your opponent's cards if you're trying to go all out, and you can't try and go up on cards because you're discarding a card either. So I just feel like there is like almost no world I put this in my deck.
Yeah,
I just like it's
Do you think
really
that
hard.
This gets better in sealed, where it's a little dirtier and mill could be a real win con.
I feel like I still wouldn't main deck it. I feel like it would be one of your best possible sideboard cards in sealed.
Okay.
If you have removal.deck, an opponent has removal.deck, eventually, like what can happen is just like you end up with. Although they can just remove this, I don't know. I mean, it could be playable. There's also that rare, right?
Which
rare? Like there's a blue rare that I guess we'll get to. That enchantment that's like whenever you mill again, and it's possible if you get multiple of the rare, you can do something cute, but it still doesn't seem like it'll be good.
I think that the best way to evaluate this card is as a 1/4 for 3 with no text.
Yep.
And like if you think of it that way, you're gonna evaluate it correctly because this ability will come up in less than 5% of games.
Exactly.
Like you're not gonna win through the mill with this card. In maybe like you might win 5% out of the games you cast this card.
and it's also
so.
it's also only mill 3, right?
Right.
So like
If
it
it was
takes
mill
a while.
5 or something, oh yeah,
Right.
I'm in if it's mill 5, but
I mean, well, if it was mill 5, it could still be a thing because you'd only need like 4 activations in a long game. The problem is that's 4 cards, right? So for like once you get to more than that, and you're talking like a mill 3, if you want to win the game, you have to activate it like 7-ish times. That's 7 cards.
Ooh,
That's
Grishnax actually has an interesting point. What if you have cards that trigger off of discarding? That gets a little better.
So then, but is the trigger that you're getting worth a card?
Yep.
Right? So because you're spending a card for it for an effect that is worth almost nothing.
Yep.
Right? So there are certain, like maybe, I just feel like there are better effects. Like if you're going to talk about that, this card seems like just any card with cycling would just take a better slot. My guess is that this is a great example of the difference between current limited and older limited sets, where you can. There are enough just cards that you don't have to play the worst cards.
Yep.
There tend to be so many playables that I feel like you'll be better off just replacing this with a cycling card that you can get because of the way that current limited sets are designed.
Yep. All right. I think we've talked this one into the ground. Maybe into the last tomorrow. So let's move on. Spellweaver Eternal, 1 and a blue for a 2/1 with prowess and afflict 2.
That card's cool. I like this card.
This card's actually, I think, pretty strong. It depends on how many 1/1 tokens there are, but we didn't see any in white. Wait, no, we did. We saw
one counters. -1/-1 counters.
Or -1. Fair enough. -1/-1 counters too. So like, I'm looking at how many -1/-1 counters there are in the set, and how many cards there are that like Oketris Monument, and there's only 1 in white at uncommon.
Right.
So that's not a huge concern for me. But the -1/-1 counters could be an issue. I haven't really looked at the distribution of them.
Yeah, and the theme did come back, right? There's that like spider. There are -1/-1 counters in black green again. But I mean, this card's great.
Yes.
I mean, it's just 2 mana 2/1 is below rate. 2 mana 2/1 prowess is probably about right.
Right. About fine. Right. Maybe
probably a little less. Probably a little less because the creature to spell ratio in limited decks. Adding afflict 2 just makes this card awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very much like, we saw the other blue 2-drop, right? So now seeing both of these, it's possible that blue's actually think about the creatures that we've evaluated so far.
Yep.
Right?
What was the other one?
All have been. So there's the 1/3, and then there's also the aerial guide, right?
Yeah.
Which are all somewhat aggressive, like cards that get your opponent dead.
Yep.
Even though the 1/3 is more of like a block and then do it.
Yeah.
It's still.
Imagine curving this into that flyer, right?
Yeah. Then you're just like attacking, and even the funny thing is even when, cards like this in aggressive decks are great because even when it can't attack, if you need to trade in the card for 2 damage, you just can.
Right.
So I think this card is. I just think I'll be playing it in almost all of my blue decks. Like 2-drops are always premium. I don't think it's a stellar 2-drop or anything like that. If you had imagine how good this card would be if you put it in red, for example.
Oh yeah, right? Jesus Christ! In red,
if
this card
you put this card in red, it would be it would be insane.
Right.
And so I think if you think about it that way, like I would say if this was red, it would be a B-. Maybe even better depending on the way the red decks are. As blue, I would give it a C+. I just think I'll rarely cut it.
Yep. Sorry, I'm writing a message to Noah. Hang on.
Sure.
Finish. And we can. All right. Cool. Yep. So what rating did we come down on? I was thinking C+ ish.
Yeah. I also said C+.
Yeah. I don't think it's like in the B range, but.
No, I said it would be if it was red.
Yes, I would agree with that. All right. Next, strategic planning. 1 and a blue. It looks like Jason Gideon are arguing. It says, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 of them into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. So this is a sorcery speed anticipate with, I would say, upside, because I would rather have the cards in my graveyard than on the bottom.
In general.
Right, in general. So, this is playable.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm excited. It's a great reprint. It was a great opportunity for a reprint. But, it just seems like a card that doesn't matter that much whether you put it in your deck or not. Maybe you'll have a bunch of Eternalize and Embalm cards, Aftermath cards, and so on, where it can sometimes be just 2-mana Divination, which is very good. But
thanks
I mean,
for the host, Noah.
as is, that's just like, it seems fine.
Yeah.
I don't
it's
know
replacement level. I think it's like a C or C minus.
Probably like a C minus. I don't feel like I'll be including it in my decks that often.
Yeah.
It goes up if I have a bomb,
Yep.
or
that's actually a good point. Better with strong payoff cards.
Yep.
Cool.
There
also,
are
Eternalize. This could draw you 3 cards, sort of, with Eternalize.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I would say 3 is gonna. I love this card.
Yeah.
This card is just spectacular.
Yep. Striped with Riverwinder, 6 and a blue for a hexproof 5/5 in blue. We don't see that very often, but it also has cycling for a blue.
I mean, this card seems great.
7 mana is a lot.
Yeah, but
like, how often is this actually a card? Because I get that it has cycling for a blue, which is cheap, and so the opportunity cost of playing this is pretty low.
So I think a really great way to evaluate cards is just think about cards that we know like them. Like, for example, compare, like, if we look at this cycle from the last set, we have River Serpent, Ceradon.
River Serpent's a very good comparison.
River Serpent, Ceradon, and Wing Shepherd as all 3 of those were bad. I mean, the black one was good, but all 3 of those were bad cards in general in the format.
In general, yeah.
If you put them in your deck, it wasn't that big of a deal. But the problem that they all had was that the aggressive decks could actually attack through them. They could make, like, River Serpent had that problem less, but, like, making things not able to block and remove, like, the fact that when you, like, most of the time those cards were just played for their cycling cost. Like, you didn't put them in the deck because you were like, oh, I want to cast the 6-mana 6/4. You're like, well, a 6-mana 6/4 can be fine, and I have some cycling payoff. So, I mean, I don't think I would necessarily just jam this in every blue deck.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that.
I probably would play the first copy in every blue deck, though, just because a 5/5 hexproof can just win a game.
It can.
You're gonna play against decks that just, like, there were multiple times where my opponent resolved the 6-mana 6/7 hexproof, and I just like,
Scale Behemoth is a nasty card.
There was nothing in my deck. Like, I had to, like, the only way that I was going to beat it was, like, attack and double combat trick and trade with it.
Yep.
And
we have ways at common to give this flying without too much trouble in both sets. In both sets, because you could put, like, a cartouche on it, or you could have an aerial guide out. So
and you give it cycling too, and also there seems to be more cycling payoff, I think, in this set. It might be close, but there's that, the 1/3 that we saw, and I think there are a good amount of cards that, like, whenever you discard a card in both sets, really, it's a small sub theme. So I like the card.
I think you call it like a C or something.
Yeah, I would give it a C, but I think there are decks where it'll be very, very good.
Yep.
So, like, I imagine I will always play the first copy in my blue decks.
Yep. Cool. All right, next we have the most metal card in the set. Tragic Lesson. 2 and a blue for a picture of Kefnet bleeding out from the head from a stab wound of a scorpion. Holy crap. And his followers just, like, crying around him. That's so freaking metal. This is going to get an M for metal regardless of what grade we actually give this.
I can agree.
But holy crap. M for metal. Anyways, so it's an instant. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card unless you return a land you control to its owner's hand. So, hey, wait a second. This is Kefnet's ability, sort of.
With 1 extra card.
With 1 extra card, right.
And no discard. I guess it is kind of, it's just like you add a random, I don't know.
It sets you back in tempo if you want both cards, basically. Or if you want to, I think most of the time you're not returning a land, and this is just sort of like an instant speed tormenting voice in a way, like a better instant speed tormenting voice. But
it's nice that you get to see the cards before you decide if you want to return the land. So, like, let's say you draw, like, I mean, like, it also is, I mean, if you play it on turn 3 at sorcery speed, or I guess turn 4, you could replay the land if you don't have one.
Exactly. So sometimes this will actually, like, not really ramp you, but
sometimes
the
like
downside is not anything. Exactly. Yeah. Right.
But I mean that requires you to be missing a land drop.
Right.
So.
Right. So I don't know. Divination at instant speed with, I would say discarding a card is relatively minor downside on this, honestly.
I mean, it can be upside in the set, too.
Yes, that's true. It can be upside. I would say unbalanced is downside, but it's relatively minor.
Problem is 3 mana to not go up on cards is...
Right. A little annoying.
I mean, it's like, 2 mana for cycling can even be a lot. And there you're at card parity. Here you're at card parity.
Yeah.
I don't really like the card, I'll be honest.
I don't either. I want my 3-drops to affect the game in a significant way. I could see playing this in some sort of controlling build. Just to have a little more card draw and get ahead of my opponent. But I don't think that most decks are going to want this.
Yeah, I think it really loses out on the fact that it seems like it's at its best late, where you're not really necessarily going to care and be able to get the 2 cards. The problem is you often are casting your divination on 3 when you have it to hit a land drop if you're going to miss.
Yeah.
In which case you're spending 3 mana to draw 2, discard 1, so you're spending 2 cards, getting 2 cards.
Much more of a late game card than anything.
Yeah.
So I think this is just a D+.
Yeah, I think this is a great example of a card that people will play more than they should. It's playable sometimes, but often you shouldn't be putting it in your deck.
Yep. All right, next we have Unquenchable Thirst, 1 and a blue for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature. When Unquenchable Thirst enters the battlefield, if you control a desert or there is a desert card in your graveyard, tap enchanted creature. And enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap steps. So this is Narcolepsy if you have a desert, and if you don't, it's, what's the other one?
Ice Over.
Ice Over, that's right. Right. So it's Ice Over with straight upside, essentially.
Yeah. This I like this card, especially given that Exert is a mechanic. It actually makes it much better.
That's true. Yep.
So it's like how every time I play against Glorybringer, it's like they played their what do you call it? They played their bomb, but you have 2 draw steps instead of 1. Sure, they already got their value, but I mean to not lose the game. And against Exert, it's nice that sometimes an opponent will play a threat. And it sucks. Like you have a pacifism and a 3-drop, but they're they played a Glorybound Initiate, right? And so you just kind of have to pacify it because of the life swing and everything about it. The nice thing about this, assuming you don't have a desert, is that with things like Exert creatures, you might have time,
right?
Especially if they're going to exert it, so on and so forth. And there are a good amount of deserts, right?
Yes. Just to play a little devil's advocate, I think that there are some uncommon untapped target creature effects, which makes this somewhat worse. There's 1 in white. There's I think a flyer that untaps a creature when it attacks.
Oh, so that makes that card much worse. Is that card common or uncommon?
It is common. Right.
There's a common that just nullifies the card.
It's active. Oh wait, no, maybe I'm misremembering. Is it Dauntless Aven?
I do know there's a 3 mana 2/1 that when it attacks untaps a creature.
I think
I don't, and that sounds like a common, not an uncommon to me.
Yeah, I found it. It's Dauntless Aven. It's a common 3 mana 2/1 flyer, which is a pretty high pick. I think this card's strong.
The card looks pretty good. Again, it'll depend on number of -1/-1 stuff.
Yeah.
Because that's always, but yeah, that card looks good.
Right.
This card, I like it. I don't think it's going to be like one of the. We have one more comment after this?
One more comment. I think it's a better than average comment, honestly. For Blue.
I do too. I would probably give it a C+. It seems like the kind of card that if you remove the deserts text, I think it would be a C. A card that you play in your deck, but you don't always play in your deck. Whereas C+ you almost never cut. If I have no deserts, I think this is probably more like a C.
Yep. I think you very rarely cut this, but I also think that they get worse in multiples. So I mean,
the card if it taps a thing when you play it is very good.
What did I just do? Just pressed a button. Yep. Cool. I think we're on the same page on this one.
Yeah, I would just give it a C+, but more often than not, it's probably going to be more of a C.
Yep.
Ooh, Unsummon.
Unsummon. Straight unsummon. 1 blue mana for an instant. Return target creature to its owner's hand. So unsummon is usually pretty good in limited.
Yeah, things you went double spelling and racing are things that happen all the time, and it really helps with both. I think Winds of Rebuke was great in the last format.
Yep.
Right? Also, like, let's say you have something like a Gust Walker, or whatever the equivalent is, you can exert it, bounce your own guy, and replay it that turn if you're top. It just has a lot of play to it.
It's flexible.
Exactly.
It's not the most powerful card, but yeah, it's very flexible.
It's not great. You have to be kind of careful about putting this in your deck. They definitely get much worse in multiples, because when you draw 2, it can, like, sure, you gain tempo, but you're, 2 cards is a lot of cards.
Yes.
And so, like, it's, mulliganing it into 1 if you end up in a sort of, because there are plenty of games where the card won't really impact the game at all. Yeah. So I like it. I will play the first copy in most of my blue decks. If the format ends up being as fast as the last one, it will get much better.
I think it's a C.
I would agree with that.
Yep. Decent, better if the format ends up very tempo-y.
Yep.
All right, that's all for the commons. I think the blue commons are probably about the same as the white commons. Maybe the white commons are a little better because there's less duds.
What did we give a B in white for the commons?
I think I rated Sandblast a B minus, B, leaning towards. I should probably just revise it down to B minus. I think B minus is better. But I think Sandblast is a B minus just in my book. But yeah, I don't know. I think they're about the same. Let's move on to uncommons. So our first blue uncommon is Eternal of Harsh Truths. 2 and a blue for a zombie cleric 1/3 with afflict 2. Whenever it isn't blocked, draw a card. Well, whenever it attacks, it isn't blocked. Draw a card. Wow.
Card seems solid.
Yeah, this seems very solid. So, like, let's think about if you're on the play, what's the likelihood that your opponent can kill this on blocks?
What's the number of 3-mana 3/2s?
Probably not that high, but we saw at least 1 in white at common.
Yeah, there was 1 in white. I know there's at least 1 in green. I think there's 1 in most colors, actually. Right. But also, like for a great example of a card like this makes Unsummon that much better.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? Because you gain tempo and don't go down on the card when you get to connect. Also, given the blue common creatures that we saw, right? Aerial Guide lifts it. The 2/2 drops do lend themselves to be somewhat aggressive. So the Afflict is, I feel like Afflict is a weird mechanic to have on blue creatures. But given the ones that we've seen, it seems like it's going to be a little bit more relevant.
Yep.
They really do need to have. I mean, if they have a 2/2, they just take 2.
I'm thinking that blue-red tempo is actually going to be pretty good.
I hope so.
It looks like it.
Favorite,
yeah.
It was probably my favorite archetype in this last format.
Yeah.
Trying to think. There's definitely 3 power guys in green, and there's 1 in white.
Yeah.
Don't know about red and black.
Red probably has 1. Red always has 1.
Yeah,
but there's also the chance of them having a 2-drop into a 2-drop, and that's almost always enough to block this profitably.
Yeah, whenever this creature becomes blocked, so it's not like Afflict stacks when they double block.
Right. Right. So I think that most of the time this is just dealing 2 a turn.
Yeah.
Until it gets blocked and dies.
Right, and then the one time what's the name of the card? Ophidian, which is 3 mana 1/3 is pretty bad and limited. Right. But the one time you even if it just sits there and does a little bit of blocking, and the one time you kill a thing and draw a card because they left back 1 blocker because they have to end the game, right? And your removal spell became remove a creature, draw a card. I mean, you just win such a high percentage of those games that this card just looks
I think it's
solid.
C+.
I agree. C+.
Strong in tempo decks. I think it goes a little above C+ in a tempo deck.
Yeah, it definitely can.
Yep. All right. Imaginary threats. 2 blue instant. Creatures target opponent controls attack this turn if able. During that player's next untap step, creatures he or she controls don't... what?
This card is a
This
hard
is
one
a
to evaluate.
limited bomb, isn't it? I'm just looking at this and being
it
like,
is likely. So like it's one of those examples of like it can be absolutely insane, right?
yeah,
Like so the only thing that that like for example, it's definitely not all your guys are unblockable. Tap all their guys because they could play a creature,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
It it's if you're in a board stall, it probably reads win the game.
yep.
And 2 blue if I'm in a board stall win the game with cycling is probably just the card I would put in my deck.
That's what I'm seeing is that this is a card with cycling that is really powerful on the front end, and the cycling's 2, which isn't nothing, but relatively low opportunity cost for this card.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, essentially the way I'll put it is if this card was cycling for a blue, just like 1 mana, I'd probably give it like a B+.
Yes. Cycling at 2 is a little worse.
Yes. But cycling at 2 does, like, it is harder to find. Like, you can almost always find a way to cycle for 1.
Yep.
Cycling for 2 can be more taxing. And so, essentially, if it's in a board stall, this card pretty much wins you the game.
Yep.
Right? Because it's going to be 2 blue, destroy, like, 3 creatures.
Right.
And you probably even get to attack back for lethal.
Yep.
If you are ahead, your opponent can't really leave back blockers, but it's hard because if you play it pre-combat, right, and they attack and then they play a blocker, maybe it does nothing.
Right. Know? Well, it's rarely going to do nothing. Like, it's usually going to lead to 1 creature attacking that wouldn't normally attack that you get to eat.
Oh, wait. This is sleep. I didn't even read the last word. They don't untap.
Yes.
When their next untaps.
Yeah.
No, the card's.
This card's just busted.
Card's just.
I'm like, am I really gonna have to talk Ryan up on this one?
Well, I thought I didn't know they didn't untap.
Yeah. No, like, whew, this card is.
Yeah. So knowing that they don't untap, I mean, like, it's a weird card to have in blue because it's a very aggressive card.
Yep.
But you could definitely.
This feels like a better pull from tomorrow, or not pull from tomorrow. What's the blue? Open into Wonder.
The blue X. I mean, the thing is that card was bad.
That card did end up being bad because blue was bad. Now, if blue, hang on. I think this might be a little early to tell. I think that Open into Wonder has gone up in my pick order now because of the commons we saw in blue in this set. I think that blue is going to be more aggressive, and I think that having Open into Wonder is going to be decent. I don't know. Maybe
so the reason why Open into Wonder was bad wasn't, in my opinion, was not necessarily because blue wasn't aggressive, because I think the best blue decks were aggressive. It was that the aggressive blue decks, your opponent's not blocking anyways. So the card ended up more often than not just being a 4-mana divination.
Right.
And so that card's just not good.
Yeah, that's not
so good. This card is interesting because it definitely, like, if your guys aren't really blocked anyways, it does lose some value, but the fact that you get 2 turns, right? 2 turns with it, of them not untapping, or, like, they even have something like a Fan Bearer from the 3rd pack that you get to, nullify for a little bit, and with cycling. I mean, I'm just giving this card a B+. I think it's just, like, I could see first picking this card, it's going to win games. It feels like it gets worse in multiples, but it probably doesn't.
It may or may not, but I think that the important thing is, like, you can cycle away the extra copy if it really doesn't matter. But low opportunity cost, so great pickup. It does require that your deck is fairly heavy in blue, because blue is not an insignificant cost.
And somewhat aggressive.
Yeah.
You
know what?
If you're,
I think I'm going
so
down
maybe it's a B. Yeah. Maybe it's B. Yeah. It's interesting because I think the card would be, without cycling, I would still play it in most of my blue decks. So,
but I would play it at a C+ or a C.
Right.
And not I would cut it sometimes if it didn't have cycling. Since it does have cycling, I think it's almost always play.
Okay, I'm fine with a B. It's definitely a card to know exists.
It's
a hard one to play around. Well,
very hard to play around, actually. Yeah, like
it's a sideboard card.
Yep. Jason defeat, 1 in a blue, counter target blue spell. If it was a Jace Planeswalker spell, scry 2. Like, this is Gainsay, and you'll side in Gainsay against blue decks, so...
Yep.
Yeah, it's just a sideboard.
Yeah, it's just sideboard. I don't even know if I would give it, like, I don't even think Gainsay is, like, even a B against blue decks. It's fine.
Yeah, maybe, whatever. Everyone knows when you play this card,
yes.
so I don't think we need to talk about it.
That's fair.
Ominous Sphinx, 3 blue for a 4/4 flyer. Sign me up.
This card is just great.
Oh, and then it says, whenever you cycle or discard a card, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-0 until end turn. That's effectively flavor text. It's relevant, but
I mean,
it's a
that's another cycling. That's another like discard trigger. So we've seen a good amount of them. And no, like the last ones we had were Heckma Sentinels, which is just a much worse card than what we're seeing here. I don't like
Heckma Sentinels,
Well, right, but that's my point, is that one of the reasons the cycling deck didn't come together as much was that the common payoff just wasn't actually payoff.
Yeah.
I would say that something like this is pretty good payoff. You just, like, if you have cycling spells, you just can never lose a race because you have a 4/4 flyer and they're not even attacking you back for much.
Yep. This wins the game in 5 swings.
Yep. It also makes the attacks just terrible from their opponents. They don't know if their creatures are getting eaten or not. And I mean, this is at least a B.
Yeah. I think I like this at B. It doesn't have cycling, so you have to get to 5 mana. There are games where you get run over with this stuck in your hand, but I think B is fair. It's a great card.
It's also like going to depend on how it lines up against the removal. Like, I know the common red removal doesn't kill it in this set, but it does in the last, right? Because it's 3 damage versus 4 damage. So it should be good. A thing that's really interesting when evaluating cards from this set is like the 4/4 stat line's the baseline for a lot of things because of Eternalize. So like 4/4s coming around. Like I think if this card if this card was a 4/5, I think it could even be an A-, but like it would probably be a B+. I like this at B. I could see a world where it's a B- or a B+, but
yeah, B is good. All right, next, Riddle Form, 1 and a blue for an enchantment. Uncommon. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may have Riddle Form become a 3/3 Sphinx creature with flying in addition to its other types until end of turn. And you can pay 2 and a blue to scry 1.
Build around D?
Well, the activation threat on this is not nothing, right? Like, if you have some instant speed bounce spells, you could turn this into a surprise 3/3 blocker.
Sure.
It's hard to play around, but...
Yeah, but you have to invest a card to start, right? So this is interesting. So, like, how bad is this card without the mana sink aspect? Like, would you ever put it in your deck?
No.
Right?
I would never play this if it did not have the 3 mana
scry, right? So, like, how much better does it get with that?
Well, I think it depends on how much you value scry and like how dirtily the format is, but...
This looks like a card that, like, if you open the, like, nutty removal sealed pool, it's insane. Because like 3 mana to scry 1 in sealed can be like pretty good.
Right.
I mean it's not, but like given the way that the card lines up, I think the card, there's a world where you put it in your deck, but I feel like it's I can't give it a grade other than like we should give it a grade assuming that it works.
Right.
You know?
Let's give it like a sideboard then, or build around. Let's give it a build around grade. I think that's fair.
So, like, assuming assume your deck, it's any non-creature, so assume your deck has, like, 10 creatures and this, or something of the sort.
Right.
You know?
Then probably, 9 or so of the non-creature spells are instants or sort. Oh, wait, no, it's any. It doesn't say instants.
Yeah, so like...
Okay, that's not that bad.
The interesting thing about this card is the second one, like, if you go Riddle Form, and then you go, like, Riddle Form, you can attack, right? And then anything, like, you just play removal spells and you're attacking in the air. So it seems... It's funny because it's a mana sink ability, but when you have the deck, it feels like you'll want multiples.
Yes, that's true. There could be just a build around Riddle Form deck where if you can find, if I had a deck with 3 of these things, I am all in. Right? Like that is sick. So that's going to be pretty hard since it's an uncommon, but
and we only have 2 packs of it.
Right, though they do balance the rarities, so it's like you'll see about as many uncommons of this as you would have seen uncommons of Amonkhet, I believe.
Yeah, I think this card is like it's a build around, and I even feel like when you're building the deck, you shouldn't really take it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like it's blue red. If we look at all the blue cards, like the blue red spells deck doesn't even seem supported anymore. You know,
I haven't looked
like,
at red that much, so
yeah, it's just like looking at the blue cards. There aren't, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's give it a build around C. It's interesting, but I feel like I'm gonna experiment with it, but I don't have high hopes.
Great example of a card that I'll never play in a format, and then the last week I'll like draft 6 times and lose a lot.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Next we have Sinuous Striker, 2 and a blue for a 2/2 Naga Warrior. 1 blue mana. Sinuous Striker gets the Flowstone ability, +1/-1 until end of turn. And you can internalize it for 3 and a blue, but you discard a card. So this seems pretty playable. Like,
it seems solid.
Right. 3 mana 2/2 with the Flowstone ability is Like it's
3
fine.
mana 3 with that ability is very. It's
yes,
like
that's
like
Watercourser was quite good.
Right? Yeah. Watercourser was fine. Like and like add the second ability. The discard a card does hurt it a lot because it does mean this card's not actually a 2-for-1.
Right. It's not a 2-for-1, but having a 4/4 with that ability is solid. Yes. Because that will trade up for anything in the set that doesn't fly.
Yeah.
Basically, like if you need a blocker for a 6/6, this can be a blocker for a 6/6 in the late game.
Funny enough, you can also activate it twice to kill it if you need the 4/4.
True. That's a lot of mana.
Yes, but like it's like let's say your opponent has like a 3/3. Right. Or I guess if you have a 3/3, you could trade with it.
Right. 3/3 you just trade, but they don't even attack, so it just sits on the field.
I imagine that will come up once, maybe.
Right.
But
yeah, if this card had prowess, jeez.
Oh,
that'd be busted.
The card looks like I'll put it in most of my blue decks. It doesn't really make me excited.
I think it's like a C, just a straight C.
Yeah, like I could see a world where it's a C+, but it seems like 3 mana 2/2 is just that is a problem. Like my 3-drop not blocking any of like most 2s or 3s, given like exert and things like that.
Right.
It's just like the turn I play it. I mean.
Yeah.
And if you remove the discard a card from Eternalize, I think it would be a C+ because it's a 2-for-1. But
if you remove the discard, I think it would actually go up to like a B-. I think that would be really solid, actually.
Okay.
I'm just like having a 4/4 on demand from the graveyard at 5 mana with a
that's
relevant
true. It's
ability.
5 mana.
Right. It's not 6. If it was 6 without the discard, then it would probably be about the same as 5 with the discard.
That's fair.
So, anyways. Next, Supreme Will, 2 and a blue, instant, choose one, either Mana Leak or Anticipate. Wow.
They're finally giving us good counter spells.
This is
limited.
actually great for limited. I love this card.
Yes.
I like it because the problem with, and I'm sure you know this, but just reiterating for chat, like the problem with counter spells in limited is that if your opponent doesn't play anything worth counterspelling, then you've wasted your mana for the turn. But this card, if your opponent is playing around a counterspell, guess what? You get to Anticipate. Actually, no, wait, you get to Impulse.
Yeah, it goes the full 4 cards.
Wow, that's actually like.
I mean, this
really
card's going into my cube, which should say something about which should really say something about where it stands. Like it's not like it's a bomb in limited or anything.
Right.
It's just you have the option between 2 of the some of the best spells they've ever made. Obviously, it's 3 mana, but flexibility is usually worth an additional mana.
Yep.
And in fact, I feel like the existence of this card can warp a format in the sense of like making other counterspells better because you just don't play around counterspells. Because if they have the Supreme Will, like you get then you don't waste your mana and they do.
Right.
So I would give this a C+. Like it's not like amazing. Mana Leak and Impulse are both just fine, but I can't really see cutting this from a blue deck.
I agree. I could see it being as good as a B-. But I suspect there's not quite enough flash creatures to make it a B-.
Another card just to like Impulse in a 40. Remember, Impulse is 10%. Is more than 10% of what's left of your deck.
Yep.
Right, which is a lot.
Yes.
So if you have bombs, digging 4 cards means that you're drawing the 5th. So I imagine that card is like kind of I imagine that card's like a B+ and sealed.
Mm-hmm.
This card has a lot of text.
Yep, this card does have a lot of text. So Vizier of the Anointed, 3 and a blue for a 2/4 that says whenever it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a creature card with Eternalize or Embalm, put that card into your graveyard, then shuffle your library, and whenever you activate an Eternalize or Embalm ability, you draw a card. Wow, that's solid. 2/4 is a relevant amount of power and toughness. Naga Oracle usually blocked whatever was on the other side of the field. So, you know, that's there. And the fact that it costs 4 and curves immediately into an Eternalize or Embalm creature is solid. This is straight up card advantage. This is an engine.
If you like play this on 4 and get something that you can get back on 5, I mean... This is an example of a card that you mulligan to 5. You play this card and you end up cards. You know, it's just like, and a 2/4, like a 4-mana 2/4, right? Is fine.
Yep.
I like the card.
Yeah, I think like the floor on this card is pretty high, right? And the ceiling on this card is pretty high.
Well, the floor, if you have no Eternalize or Embalm cards, it's pretty bad, right? It's just 4-mana 2/4 no text.
Yep.
And I would almost never put that in my deck. But
that's true, but I mean...
I would say once you have 1, it's playable, and when you have 2, it gets good.
Yeah, but it's so hard to finish the draft without any Eternalizer and Embalm. So I feel like it's almost always doing something.
If you have this card in your deck, do you play the 1/1?
If I have 2 of them, I might play the 1/1.
2 of the Vizier?
2 of the Vizier. I don't think I played just for 1 Vizier. But that is interesting.
Because 4 blue for a 4/4 that ETB draws a card is good.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. But then you're playing a 1/1 for 1.
So it's an interesting thing to think about.
That
right?
is interesting, yeah.
If you have a Vizier and you have like only 2 other Embalm cards, do you put, you know, the 1/1 in your deck over like mediocre playable?
Yeah, maybe.
Probably not, but
sometimes you probably do. I think like once you have 2 of these, yeah, the 1/1 for 1 actually becomes pretty decent. So.
I would give this, I think on average, it's probably going to be a C+. It could encroach on B-, but there is going to be a deck every once in a while where this card's the best card in your deck.
Yeah, I think I like B-, especially if you consider it as a first pick. Taking this early will help you determine how your draft goes.
That's true.
I like cards like this as early picks. So we can give this B-, make some mediocre Eternalize creatures. Quite nice. All right, and there's the uncommon. So how do you feel about the blue commons and uncommons while I set up for the rares?
So the uncommons, there are some. I mean, there's so far we've seen nothing that's a bomb. You know, like no uncommons. Like I would say,
Ominous Sphinx is close.
Ominous Sphinx is close. I would say there are no uncommons that were like, even though, and you know, chat might get mad at me because I wasn't a huge fan of Angler Drake in the last format because it was 6 mana. But I would say, like, assuming a normal format, which this could be, it looks more like, Angler Drake, like, none of these uncommons are something like an Angler Drake, you know, something that really impacts the board and ends the game quickly. The 5 mana Sphinx was like that, but it doesn't necessarily impact the board. To that degree, like they could just electrify it or remove it, whatever. So I think they all look solid. It's interesting because blue looks like it's really going to depend on the color it's paired with.
Yeah.
Right? Like a lot of these cards are very, very good tempo cards. But then there are the couple that are quite good in grindy decks, and maybe that you know, there is an actual Eternalized deck where there was an Embalm deck, but it actually had a similar problem to the Thopter deck in, what was it, Origins, where the blue and red Thopter cards themselves were just so good that you couldn't get the Thopter deck.
Right. Yeah.
So, but it looks solid. There's nothing that like makes me super excited about the color pair or feel like it's lacking.
Yep. All right. Next, we have Champion of Wits, 2 and a blue for a 2/1 Naga Wizard at rare. When Champion of Wits enters the battlefield, you may draw cards equal to its power. If you do, discard 2 cards. And then it has Eternalize for 7. which will happen in limited sometimes. I think that probably fewer than 1 in 2 games will you get to 7 mana. I don't know if you agree, but I suspect that that doesn't happen that often. When it happens, it's pretty sweet. But on the surface, just a 3 mana 2/1 that draws 2 cards and discards 2 cards is probably fine.
Yes, I think. Well, I think like the front side of like 3 mana 2/1, as you said, ETB, double loot is just a card I'll put in most of my decks.
Yeah,
it's just it is like card filtering is pretty powerful. It lets you like keep more sketchy hands, right? And mulliganing, like I mulligan aggressively, but mulliganing in limited is like way worse than constructed because your decks aren't as consistent. So, it's definitely a card that I don't really see ever cutting. If you ever, and it's also a card that, you get into a stall or it becomes a top decking war, it makes your lands good draws. And I mean, draw 4, discard 2, right?
Yeah,
on
that's very, very good. That's game winning. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I because of that, especially knowing that this card is in your deck, you can build towards that. You can also with 2 graveyard mechanics. I think it's definitely. I would give it a B.
I think it's like, B- range maybe. It depends on how much you value the loot. Yeah.
Yeah. It also depends on the number of 2 toughness threats. Like, is this trading?
Right. Yeah. That's a very good point, because if you consider this as a 3 mana creature that trades for a 3 mana creature that loots twice, that's a very strong limited card. Now the question is like how often does it do that?
Exactly. Even a 2 mana creature. Like if I'm just trading card for card and I get a double loot, and if I ever flood out, I pretty much win the game.
Yep.
That's a lot. Like that's enough to bring it maybe into the I essentially, this can go based on the way that stats work and the way that the decks line up, anywhere from I would say B- to A-.
Yeah. I think I like B- to B for this.
Okay.
Yeah, you were about to say something. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like I would go a little higher, but that's preference, and it really is gonna depend on the format. Like how often. I think we can both agree that if it was 6 mana for the Eternalized instead of 7, it would be like B+ A-.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah. 7 mana is rough, but
right. 7 mana is a lot harder than 6. It would probably just be an A-, but because it would really be that good, it's a card to look out for, and definitely a solid first pick, I would think. Anything in the B range tends to be, but also if you get this card, you can make the discard 2 potentially an upside, and you can try and build a deck that can hit 7 mana.
People saying that this is not a B, I think are a little too focused on how fast Amonkhet was.
Yes.
And even in Amonkhet, I think that this would probably be a C or C+. It would still be pretty decent.
I think that the card just like 2 mana 2/1, even in your blue decks, like was fine in Amonkhet Limited in the fast format because you just wanted to trade. You need to trade your resources off. Like Doom Beetle was bad because like it was like they were bouncing off of it instead of trading with it when they exerted. And while there are some 3/3s and so on, I just think that anytime this card trades for a card, you're up on resources.
Yeah.
Right, and you're up on resources by a substantial amount.
Yep.
And because of that, I just like anything that is under a C+ just doesn't make sense to me. Even in a format that's super fast.
Yeah. This is an interesting one. I like that we've had some debate with the chat on this one. It'll be cool to see how this one turns out.
Yeah.
All right. Next, we have Fraying Sanity, 2 and a blue for an curse with enchant player. That says, at the beginning of each end step, enchanted player puts the top X cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard, where X is the number of cards put into that graveyard from anywhere this turn. What? So this doubles your mill and turns your removal into minor mill spells, but it requires a lot to get this going, right?
Yeah, I just don't see it. Like, it says, whenever... Hold on. Number of cards. I mean, like any instant or sorcery also mills them 1. It's just like, true. I mean, it just doesn't seem.
So here's a question.
A good sideboard card.
Let's actually just play this out a little bit. Let's suppose we have a 2-drop, right? So we've got a little bit of early presence. It's reasonable, right? And then we play this on turn 3. This is the best case scenario, right? We play this on turn 3. If let's suppose it's an average game of limited, how many cards are going into an opponent's graveyard on average per turn? 1?
Per turn?
Per turn.
I mean, like, that's a hard one to see, but I think, like, if you think about the way the games play out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, how many cards in average are in your graveyard by the end of the game?
Yep.
It's rarely more than 10.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, no, I think you're right there.
And so sure, it makes, like, if compelling argument was a common in this set,
ooh, wow, yeah,
then I'd be more interested, right?
That's
because
true.
right?
Yeah.
But as is, I just, like, don't think you're ever gonna play it.
I think I'm gonna try to force this sometimes.
Get it last pick and see what you can do, but don't waste a pick on it.
Right. Well, I think early in the format, I'm gonna try to make this work and see if it happens. I think that with that common 1/4 mill creature that no one's gonna want, you might be able to make a deck with this work. But yeah, I don't think this is great. So we can give this a build around D question mark.
Yeah. Also, I mean, again, could be an insane sideboard card.
Could be great, but yeah, but probably too hard to make viable. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna draft this more than once just to make it happen.
Yeah, like, I mean, when you get it in multiples, you can start doing interesting things.
True.
Right?
I mean, I love Sphinx's tutelage.
Wait, hold on. What happens with multiples? Does it do 4 times the second time? Because
yes,
it
would.
So
it would
they
trigger
both trigger.
twice.
They trigger and they counts on resolution.
Right.
So if you ever have 2 cards out, 2 of them out, and the game doesn't end very quickly, you probably just win the game.
That's true. Yeah. I like it. All right. Hour of Eternity. Blue, XX. This better be good. For a sorcery, exile X target creatures from your graveyard. For each card exiled this way, create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a 4/4 black zombie. This is actually pretty good, I think.
This
is a 5. Well, the blue kind of sucks.
Yes.
Right, like.
And it being max a 4/4, so it's not like you can cheat something stupid. You know, like 2 blue for a 4/4 with potential upsides is actually probably not very good. And when you get to this,
if it was blue 1 XX, this would actually really strong.
Or it would still be. I mean, still again a 4/4 for 5. You know, with like assuming it's vanilla, right? When you get to 7 mana, even 7 mana for 2 vanilla 4/4s is like fine. But because it's 7 mana,
yeah, I guess it. Yeah,
I actually don't.
Never mind. The more I think about this, the worse it gets. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is just like a D plus. You know, like maybe there's something stupid that you can do with it, or maybe it's, you know, when you get to 9 mana, it does some really interesting things. But again,
4/4 slither blades.
Yeah.
Or 4/4. What was that card? The.
Right. So I mean, all you need is a flyer for this in your graveyard for this to be very good, which is interesting.
That is actually interesting, yeah.
Or like the 1/3 that can get unblockable when you cycle. Like, it can do interesting things.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is at what consistency does it do those? I feel like on average it will just
low.
Be a 5 mana 4/4, and I feel like I would rather just not play it except for in specific circumstances.
Yeah, and we actually did the hypergeometric calculator earlier on this one, or on a different card, the 3 white spell, the Wrath, and we were just trying to say, okay, if you have 11 white sources, what's the probability that you have 3 white mana on
not
turn?
great.
Yeah, 3 white mana on turn 6. And by turn 6, your likelihood of having 3 white mana with 11 planes in your deck is 80%, which isn't even guaranteed. No. So like, and that's with an extremely white bias mana base, or like a lot of fixing. So I think that the blue for me more than anything else is what kills this card.
Yeah, I would give it a D plus. I don't know.
Like, there's clearly upside. Like, the people that are saying, "Oh, this is just awful," there are cases where I think it's correct to play this card.
Yeah.
Like, if you have some incidental self-mill and you've got a good amount of flyers in your deck, I'm in. This card could be really good in that deck.
And if the other thing to note is if there are any super potent rares with abilities, it gets better, right? They answer your bomb, you can potentially have a second copy of it, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Again, looks like a card that's better in sealed. Ooh, also, the other thing is there is that cycling common with hexproof. 5-mana 4/4 hexproof is really good.
5-mana 4/4 hexproof. I don't remember that one.
No, there's a 7-mana 5/5 hexproof.
Oh, that one, right.
Cycling.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's a good card.
But like still, it's card seems
I'm gonna give it like a build around. I think that's probably a fairer rating than anything else because your deck's gonna be almost all islands, so at that point you're basically building around anyways.
The card can range from like it's never 5-mana like 2 blue for a 4/4 is probably like a D. But it does have more upside than that. But it can really, depending on the game, range from like a D to an A, depending on the way it affects the game. So I don't really know how. Like it's a card that's difficult to grade, and rares tend to get grades like this.
Yes, I mean the way I'm looking at this card is it's good if you are a base blue deck with self mill and flyers, right? Like there's three pieces to this card, and that's a lot to ask for me personally. So, moving on. Kefnit's last word. 2 and a blue. Poor bird dad. Sorcery. Gain control of target artifact, creature, or enchantment. Lands you control don't untap during your next untap step. Sold. I'm in.
Yeah, I mean, just like
this
mind control.
Fantastic.
It is a 2-for-1, right?
Yep. It's a 2-for-1 that takes your opponent's best creature for yourself. And the fact that you don't untap doesn't matter that much because your opponent's going to have to rebuild.
I mean, it
matters, obviously. But
it matters. Like, it's the kind of card that, like... I mean, obviously it's great. Right, but I would say that this card is probably worse than what was it? Confiscation Coup, which was insane bomb.
Oh God, yeah,
right? Like, that was unbeatable bomb. I could imagine there being rares that you would take over this if you had like that in a foil or so on and so forth. The card is still very, very good. Never cut it from your blue deck ever.
Yep.
And first pick it most of the time, but I wouldn't say it's like the nut A plus. I would probably
it's definitely
give it
not A plus. Yeah, but
I would give it
B minus. Wow, that's a little low.
I said A minus.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I was gonna go with B plus.
B plus. Like
it's game warping. So.
Well, so the card 2 blue. Like assuming you don't tap, assuming the lands doesn't actually matter, which obviously it does. The card is an A plus.
Yeah, I think I'll like B minus to A minus or B plus to A minus.
Yeah. Which is why, like, I feel like going under B plus is definitely wrong, given that. But, it's like like let's say all of your opponent's creatures are tapped because they're attacking and they have good attacks, then this card's not good because you don't even get to untap your lands next turn. They still get to attack for a whole other turn.
Yeah. With all their other creatures, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. All right. Next, Nimble Obstructionist. I love this card. 2 and a blue for a 3/1 flash flyer with cycling for 2 and a blue, and when you cycle it, you counter target activated or triggered ability you don't control. Jeez. I mean, you're very rarely cycling this, I think.
No, in limited, a 3/1 flyer is just like it's just a clock. Like 3/1 flash flyer, just like without the cycling, right? In limited, it's probably what, a B minus.
I would probably rate it a B. I don't know. I really like that kind of card, but that's just me. I love three power flyers for 3 mana.
So you have a random thing that like probably makes you not lose the game that one time, but I really don't think you can evaluate it that much differently.
Yeah, I think it's basically a vanilla 3/1 flash flyer.
I would give it a B. Like I think that that like it's between B and B minus if it was just the 3/1 flash flyer. So like give it the cycling and lean over to the better one.
Yeah, it's possible that you draw this in the late game and you need a removal spell and you cycle it. Like that. So it is just better than a 3/1 flash flyer.
Yes. But it seems marginally so.
Yeah. Ooh, good point. It does counter Eternalize.
Ooh,
that's actually pretty relevant.
That's actually huge, especially because of the mana advantage, because they'll be tapping for that.
Yep, and you draw a card, so it's a 2-for-1 if they're Eternalizing, sort of. It's like they're getting a 2-for-1. No, but some of those Eternalize have costs where they discard a card. So, like, I don't know. I think that the context of Eternalize is actually pretty relevant. I think B is accurate for this.
Cycling to, I can't actually see the name, it's a small text, but cycling to stop Glorybringer is going to be very, very, very dependent on the board state, because you could also just cast this, right?
Yeah, you could cast it and then double block.
Is random
maybe.
card plus the card they were killing better than your 3/1 flyer for 2 turns before the Glorybringer can attack again?
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be very dependent.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just a little too high on the 3 power part of this.
Well, no, I mean, I just think a 3-mana, like the card 3-mana 3/1 flyer would be a C+ unlimited. You know, like just like.
Well, yeah, but with Flash, I think it goes up.
Yeah, I agree. With Flash, it goes up, and with Cycling, it goes up. Like, I don't think you can give a reasonable argument unless there are a bunch of like -1/-1 counter stuff in the set for this being worse than a C+.
Yeah.
Give it Flash, give it Cycling, and I think that makes it solidly at least a B- and probably a B.
Yep. Yep, I think just if you treat it as a very strong vanilla flyer with incidental upside, it's great. 6 and a blue for an enchantment. Oh boy, one of these.
Please don't pardon your deck.
Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may copy that spell. You may choose new copy targets for the copy.
I'm going to lose to this card.
Cut to ribbons you for 16.
Yeah. That does work. Sure. But then you I mean, like, do you need this to do that?
No.
You probably are.
I mean, this will be fun to do a stipulation draft on Cam's Pickle Challenge for.
Oh,
but...
sure. Like, there is going to be a draft where I first pick this.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to happen, and I'm probably going to be exhausted at 4 a.m. and, like, a little drunk.
Yep.
But I just, like, it's just... I mean, it's just so bad. Please don't play it.
All right, moving on. Last one for blue.
Okay.
We have Unesh, Cryosphinx Sovereign,
nuts.
Mythic 4/4 flyer. Sphinx spells you cast cost 2 less to cast, so you can be casting 4/4s for 3. That's pretty sweet. Whenever Unesh, Cryosphinx Sovereign, or another Sphinx enters the battlefield under your control, you get to mini Fact or Fiction for 4 cards.
Strictly better. Like,
Wow.
It's pretty much strictly better than, I guess it's not, depending on your, but like 4 blue 4/4 flyer ETB draw 2. Just like that card is insane.
Yep.
And this
Muldrifter,
is better.
Hyper Muldrifter.
Right?
This is like, Hyper Muldrifter. Right?
This has to be one of the best rares in the set. Like, it's just...
Right. If you like Muldrifter and you like Fact of Fiction, then you should love this card, because this is strictly better than Muldrifter almost.
Also,
I guess not strictly better, because you can just evoke it.
There's only one uncommon Sphinx, right? But you can reliably have another Sphinx.
Yep.
Right? Like, there is one at uncommon. So
I think there's one at common, maybe not.
There's one at common that actually changes
maybe
this to be like, I would say as is it's probably an A, but if there's one at common, it might even be an A+. I mean, it is 6 mana. It is 6 mana, but still.
Maybe not. Yeah, there's not. At least not in the set.
Not in blue.
Not in blue.
Not in the set.
Glyph Keeper's at rare. Like, there's a bunch of good ones at rare and uncommon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think there's only one at uncommon.
I think we just give this an A. Like, I can't... So, 6 mana spells, you know, they do take a hit because they cost so much, but this is so much better than any other spell you could be casting in blue.
Exactly.
That, like, it's an A because it's hard to lose the game, assuming the board state is anywhere near parity after you cast this card.
You really have to be dying the next turn for this card. Like, and your opponent just has to have too much, right? You could be losing a game by a huge margin and cast this card and win it. It's not, it's no Avacyn, right? A card that like just like obliterates a board state while winning the game. This definitely doesn't affect the board to that degree.
Right.
Which is why I would give it an A+.
If you get to untap with this on the field, I don't see you losing very frequently. That's the main thing. Like, I love cards like that, and that's what this is.
Yep, it is. So. It is top 4, not top 5. So it is not actually Fact or Fiction. It's still,
man, this puts it into the graveyard.
Yeah, so
that's
it puts it into the graveyard, and you choose the pile, right? Yeah, it's not like that blue-red card's
it's
actually
not like Steam Augury. You're right. It's not like Steam Augury. So this card's just busted. Really good.
Yeah, card's great. All
right. Well, cool. How do you feel about blue overall? Are you going to be excited to open a pool that leans towards blue and sealed? Are you looking to draft it? How are you feeling?
So the interesting thing about this is that while like blue, like as a draft color, I mean, it looks like it has like less at common than I would expect the best color to have. I'm not saying that blue is bad, but there are nothing in the B range at common.
Right.
All of the C pluses weren't just like slam C pluses. You could probably make an argument for them to be Cs.
Yeah.
And so I think that the card's a solid color. It doesn't seem like there's too many hits against it. A lot of the cards I think we were saying got better in sealed.
Some of them, sure, which is weird.
Which is something. I mean, like that makes sense for counter spells and other things too. So I mean, I'm not pulled towards it. I'll be excited if it's a tempo deck because those are the kinds of decks that I love to play.
Yeah.
Like if I can build a deck that wants to play 3 unsummons, I'll be very happy. It's unlikely to happen, but yeah. I think that it's fine. Both the like uncommons and commons just seem solid. Nothing that makes me super excited.
Yep.
But seems pretty good to me.
Yep, me too. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by, Ryan. Why don't you go ahead and plug your content or your Twitter or whatever? I don't know if you stream very much.
I don't. I've considered getting into streaming. I haven't done it yet. It's a large.
It is a time commitment for sure.
For that, but I can definitely link my Twitter in the chat.
Sure.
Or something of the sort.
Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, dude.
Will do.
What GPs are you hitting this year?
So I'm definitely going to Toronto.
Yep, me too.
And I'm pretty sure I'm going to Providence.
Yep, same.
I'm not 100% certain this second, just because I think it is on Yom Kippur.
Gotcha.
I still probably will go, but and I may go to Indianapolis. That one's going to depend. And I'm definitely going to the close one. I'm going to Jersey.
Yeah, I'm going to Jersey.
I haven't gotten farther ahead than that, but those 4 I should be going to.
Cool. I think we're going to be at most of the same GPs this year then.
Awesome.
So maybe we can carpool to Providence or something.
Yes.
I think Zach Canner and I are going to be carpooling to Providence. We'll see.
Sweet.
We'll see. So, anywho, I will see you later. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, I'm going to go to a quick break so I can go to the bathroom and get our next guest set up. And I will see you guys in like 5 minutes. Thanks again, right?
Yep.
All right. So we're going to go to a bit of a break. We will be right back in probably around 5 minutes. I got to go to the bathroom, maybe get a bite to eat. And then I will be live with our next guest. All right. See you in a bit.
Hey. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How's it going? I think the volume looks pretty good. Hang on, can you speak again?
Hold on a second. Maybe we can hear you now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Cool.
All right, so our next guest is Noah Sandler, aka Moto Grinder. Yeah, I'm super hyped because it's always a pleasure having you on. You make for great company. And hang on, let's see if I can fix this a little bit because it's off center for some reason. Hang on. There we go.
Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, why don't you talk a little bit about yourself and your background and what you do, and all that.
Okay. And yeah, share screens for me.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Let me get that.
Noah Sandler, go under Moto Grinder 1. I streamed Draft for quite a while on Twitch, and I've been focusing on poker lately, so last couple of months haven't played too much Magic. And the set review will be interesting because I played one game of Amonkhet, so I do not have a feel for how Hour of Devastation is going to change kind of like the Amonkhet metagame.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe Ian and people in chat can help me with that.
Sure.
But I still think it can add a lot of value to the conversation.
Yeah.
A lot of like, if this, then this. And then you guys can fill in the blanks based on how the format was.
Yeah, I mean, you are one of the very few people to have sustained a 2,000 plus rating on Magic Online. I don't know for how long, but that's an accomplishment regardless of how long, because it is very, very hard to get up that high. I've never been anywhere near 2,000, so yeah, you're always a great guest to have on.
Thanks. Yeah, I sustained it for like 2 drafts or something each time.
But still,
you lose once, you're done.
Right. But still, let's just get started. So the first card we have is Carrion Screecher, a 3/1 flyer for 4. So how do you feel about Carrion Screecher?
Well, it's definitely not push stats or anything.
No.
I mean, we get 3/2 flyers in blue for 4. Those are decent. They're maybe C level. Now, if you're attacking, your opponent's not blocking, it doesn't really make a difference. Whether it's you're getting through the air for 3 damage. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times this is going to be the same as a Snapping Drake or Moon Heron, 3/2 flyer for 4. But depends on how many pingers, how many in a set with 1/1 flyer tokens, then this gets a lot worse. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's much of that in Amonkhet.
I think Red has 1 pinger, if I recall correctly.
There's an uncommon pinger. There's a couple give -1/-1 counters cards, like Splendid Agony, and then in Red there's a common that I don't know if it's gonna be good that puts 1 counter on stuff. So it'll die to some stuff that 3/2s wouldn't. So I think it definitely drops it. I think a lot of times it'll be just as good, and sometimes it's gonna be a lot worse. Yep. You get 2 for 1 off of Splendid Agony. So
yeah, one thing that's relevant with this card is it is a zombie, and that creature type is pretty relevant. There are a lot of zombie reward cards out there, but I don't know. I'm not really into this card. I think that this is replacement level 4-drop, maybe a little worse than the average 4-drop, but that's just me.
Yeah, I think so. 4-drops are pretty easy to come by, and I think it's below. So I think it'd be like D+.
Yeah, I think D+ is good.
Yeah,
but I do think that Zombie likes this more, and we'll play it.
Mm-hmm.
Next, Grizzly Survivor, 2 and a black for a 2/3 Minotaur Warrior. Whenever you cycle or discard a card, Grizzly Survivor gets +2/+0 until end of turn. What do you think? Sorry, I'm sending out a Twitter thing.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just go off for a little bit. Let me know.
Yeah, go off. You're good.
Shut me off the phone. Yeah.
Storm count 1
is you got the all important Minotaur card type for Neheb from Amonkhet, or for your Neheb deck. So yeah, I mean 2/3 for 3 it's like passable. You typically cut just a vanilla at that stage, but this is a really good ability. 4/3 for 3 is great. That'd be a top tier common, and the threat of activation with cycling gives a lot of value to these cards because your opponents can't just block them with a 2/4. right? They're just never going to block with the 2/4 because there's always threat of activation, and so you can kind of just keep attacking with this card. And a lot of situations, your opponents just keep taking it, and you can just hold on to your cycles. But there's also the potential to actually cycle 2 cards in a turn, and then this is a 6/3, and now it trades with some 6-mana fatty or something. So there's that potential as well. So it seems just like a really good common. It's going to be good in every deck.
Yep, I agree. I don't think you cut this very frequently. So,
no, even if you don't have cycle cards, the threat of activation, like it's kind of there where they kind of need to deal with it, and it adds to it.
Yep, I think we can give this like maybe a C, just a straight C.
I like C plus.
I could see C plus.
Like if it was just like a 4/3 for 3, that would be like, like maybe B minus.
Yep.
I think the threat of activation makes this very similar to a 4/3 in a lot of ways.
Okay. I think I might be a little cooler on it, but we'll see how the format shakes out. And yeah, I think there's slightly less cyclers in this set than Amonkhet, but we'll see.
Okay.
Next, Kenra Eternal, 1 and a black for a 2/2 zombie jackal warrior with afflict 1. And yeah, that's it. So 2/2 zombie is relevant. How much do you value afflict 1?
Well, it's obviously not that powerful, right? I mean, afflict 1. It's just there's a lot of games where afflict 1 is going to be blank. It gets good if your opponent is playing walls, and I feel like walls probably aren't that good in this format.
Yeah,
so,
that's kind of what I was thinking too.
Like if you're playing against strong players, I imagine like there's not going to be a lot of 0/4s that are playable, and if you could attack every turn, at least get 1 damage in, it's still really minor. So a lot of times you're just going to get 1 damage out of this. So you attack, they trade with their 2/2, you get 1 damage. It's doesn't really do anything. So it's just like a 2/2 zombie for 2. So you'll definitely play it in your zombie decks, and it's okay elsewhere, but it's a bear.
Awesome. I think we're on the same page. So what do you think, like C minus or C?
Yeah. I think C minus. So wherever you put bears, it's a little bit upside.
Right. This is pretty much a vanilla bear with a small upside. I agree.
Zombie bear.
Yes,
but yeah.
Zombie bear. I could see C being a little better since it's a zombie, but... Okay, Lethal Sting. 2 and a black for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast Lethal Sting, put a -1/-1 counter on a creature you control, and you can destroy target creature. Wow, this is pretty strong. This is like Bone Splinters, but with a little more mana, but you're not actually sacrificing your creature.
Yeah, I imagine some people will cast this and put the counter on your opponent's creature and kill a creature. That'd be pretty good.
If only.
So this would happen at pre-release is like, this common card seems reasonable.
Oh my god.
But there's a lot of like -1/-1 counter stuff from Amonkhet, like just little things that allow you to remove the counters so that they're not that bad. And there's cards that don't mind having counters put on them, so the downside might not be too much. Yeah. And what's the other thing? Yeah, like a lot of times Bone Splinters you're going to sacrifice like a 1/1 anyway, so it comes out kind of similar. So it's more expensive, but it's a little more flexible because with Bone Splitters you need to have some random creature you can sacrifice. Like if you have like a 4/4 in Bone Splitters, you're not happy, but here you just make it a 3/3 and still kill something. Yep. So it's more flexible. You're paying more mana, but probably one of the better black commons.
Best, I think one of the best commons we've seen so far, overall. So I think like B or B minus potentially. Maybe B minus because it requires a creature.
B minus. Yeah, I think B minus. But it's not a lot of setup. Definitely, I mean, Bone Splitters is a pretty good card, and this is better.
Yep, this is much better than Bone Splinters. All right, Lurching Rot Beast, 3 and a black for a 4/2 zombie beast with cycling for a black. So I guess Wizards has discovered that they can create new design space by putting cycling on literally every card that has ever been printed.
Every weak card that's ever been printed.
Yes, exactly. Every weak card that's ever been printed. So yeah, I mean a 4/2 for 4 mana is fine, but not very exciting. I think that this is one of those cards you're going to cycle more frequently than others, though.
Yeah, it goes in the vein of cards that they're good sometimes. Like sometimes they have like a solid upside, and then sometimes they're terrible.
Yep.
And there's just a lot of that in these sets. And a 4-2 for 4 is definitely like that because your opponent has a 4-4, you're pretty happy to have it. If they have a bunch of 2-2s, then it sucks.
You might cycle it, yeah.
And yeah, if you got to play something on turn 4, like it's fine. But yeah, cycling for 1 black.
Yep.
Yeah, there's all these good cycling matters cards, and you're gonna play this in all those decks. And yeah, I mean it could be relatively blank. I think you're gonna cycle this one a lot, but it's also a zombie.
Yep. I think, like a 4-power zombie is not nothing. I think on balance, this is probably pretty close to a C. Maybe a C minus. But
I like C. I think you're gonna kind of want to have this in there just for the cycling and just
not flexible, not super powerful.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Marauding Bone Slasher, 2 and a black for a 3/3 zombie Minotaur, which can't block unless you control another zombie. I actually quite like this. Because like these cards that can't block are often kind of bad, but 3 power, 3 toughness is solid. Black is an aggressive color in this format, and I don't think it's hard to find another zombie. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, it's between the 3/3 for 3 that can't block. Those cards are marginal playables. Like there's red cards that are like that, and then it's between that and the Trained Armadon, or like the green, just like 3/3 that can do whatever.
Yep.
And Trained Armadon would be something around a C plus. So it ranges from like D plus to C plus, and then depending on how many zombies you have, it's a zombie itself, so it could benefit from other zombie synergy. So I think overall about a C minus.
I was gonna go with C.
I think C is fine too.
Yeah, because like the can't block is a significant cost. Like if you have 2 zombies and your opponent unsummons your other zombie, and you're on the defensive, you are probably boned. That's true. This card out. So I think I like this at C, but in the context of aggressive decks, I think this is quite strong. Like 3/3 attackers are great. Yeah. So, let's see. Definite downside, but great in aggro decks and zombies. Cool. Next, we have Moaning Wall, 2 and a black for a 0/5 defender with cycling 2. You know what I just said about cycling and kind of putting it on every card that's ever been printed? That's
you know what I said about walls against creatures with afflict?
Yep. So, I mean, it's funny because you're right. Like, these cards get worse against afflict, but the fact that it's cycling means that if you see your opponent is playing a couple of afflict creatures, you can just cycle this away.
Yeah, that's what makes it interesting. And it's good against some exert creatures that just hit like 4 power or something. Like, I think there's some that
and there's a lot of Eternalize in this set too. So like if you're playing against a deck that has a good amount of Eternalized creatures and not a ton of afflict, I could see this being a worthwhile sideboard. And I could see a world or a more controlling deck where this makes the main deck. Because
definitely if you're taking advantage of cycling.
Right. So I think that this is interesting. I probably don't pick it super high, but it seems powerful from the sideboard. So
yeah, I think I would go like slightly low, going to D plus.
Yeah, I think it's a sideboard C, but a D plus main deck because it does its job well. I remember like in Battle for Zendikar, people were really down on Dazzling Ramparts during the set review, and I was trying to talk chat up because 0/6s for 2. You know, that is a card that does its job very well. It only does one job, but it does it very well. So if you need an early blocker, it's a good card. This quite isn't as good as Dazzling Ramparts, I don't think. But the fact that it has cycling is pretty nice. So
it's also a zombie, so it allows your 3/3 to block.
Yep.
You're playing those in the same deck.
It's true, Dotsby. Humble brags, but I am not talking about all the times I was wrong. So I've been wrong about all sorts of cards. I think almost everyone was wrong about Amonkhet specifically. I think you were there for that set review, but we were all thinking it was going to be a dirtly format, and it definitely wasn't. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was pretty excited about the Sandworm or Worm Convergence or something.
Yeah,
I was pretty excited about that. How'd that turn
out? It was a legit win con in ramp decks, but it was by no means a pack 1 pick 1 slam.
Yeah.
And I definitely beat that card several times.
Oh, cool.
So it's like, I don't know. It was good, but it was more like unique than it was an okay card.
Yeah, I miss the black cartouche and I miss how good the cartouches were going to be. I think that was
yes, the
key
cartouches were very strong. Yep.
Yeah, like allowing aggressive decks with lots of cartouches.
Yep. All right, Ruin Rat, 1 and a black for a 1/1 Death Touch. That, when it dies, exile target card from an opponent's graveyard. So you can trade this with a crappy creature that has Afflict and Eternalize and make sure it doesn't come back.
Yeah, it's like sort of like I wouldn't say it's a 2-for-1, but it's like it just matches an Eternalize card.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a full 1-for-1 where other removal spells will only be a half, take a half of a card.
Yeah. Yeah, this is fine. I think 1/1 Death Touches for 2 are almost always playable. So I think we can give this like a C. I could see it going a little higher if the threats end up being like, I don't know, more relevant, but
yeah, I'd go C minus. I just think like the 2 mana, it's a control card kind of.
Yeah, that's true.
Like you can't really attack with it that well, so
true.
It's like a little expensive for that. So like C minus.
Okay, we can give it a C minus C. Because I agree, it's not very aggressive, and I think black decks are going to generally want to be more aggressive. Kit Kat, please don't jump on my. She's knocking over all of Sophia's paints. She's very cute though, but Kit Kat. Yeah.
That's true. There's a good number of -1/-1 counters and ways to kill toughness stuff.
Yep. All right, Scrounger of Souls, 4 and a black for a 3/4 lifelink. That's not the worst.
Field Bearer Paladin, was that what it was called?
Fiend something Paladin.
Faith Bearer
Paladin. That's the one.
Yeah.
That card was decent, but I think part of it was that it was a human.
Surprisingly good. Yeah.
And it was like the top end for a human deck. I think I said this earlier, but people underrate lifelink as a keyword.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it does have great flavor text, like A+ flavor text. I don't know. I don't think this is a super high pick because 5-drops are pretty replaceable. But I would not be ashamed to play this.
Yeah, I would look at what ways are pumping, protecting creatures, because a 3/4 lifelink cards, it's whether you can get repeated attacks in, I think, is what makes the cards, or if it has a high power and it's just like a one-time trade with some gain 4 life, that's good too.
Yep.
But something like this, to pay 5 mana for it, you want to be able to get in multiple times. So it depends on the size of things in the format, and then also how you can protect it and pump it. Yeah. So I think that's going to make an effect, but it should be playable at least.
Yeah, I think it's a C minus. I think it's a little less. Like, I'm not ecstatic to play it, but I think that it is playable.
That sounds good.
Yeah, but not exciting. Next, Torment of Venom, 2 black for an instant. Ooh boy! Put 3 -1/-1 counters on a target creature. Its controller loses 3 life unless he or she sacrifices another non-land permanent or discards a card. Wow, that is sick. I actually really like this. So like the ability, so the put 3 -1/-1 counters on target creature is fantastic. That's already, without any other text, probably like a B- or a B. Probably a B. The rest of the text is not super important because like your opponent's always going to be able to choose what they want, right? And if they have a land in their hand and they don't care about it, they discard the land. No big deal. If they have a couple 1/1s, they sacrifice a 1/1. But it's enough incidental advantage that I think we can add another point to the grade. So instead of it being like a B-, it's a B, or a B, it's a B+.
Yeah, I think that's so. I think in a vacuum, if this was just in some random set written like this, I think that like fine card. I don't think that the second part adds much because it's just like, okay, like they'll discard their card. But in context of like a what's the word? Like the greater mass. There's some term for it, but like you get a
critical mass. Yes,
critical mass of these types of effects. All of a sudden, they're getting hurt. At first, you do it once, it's just like whatever, I'll have something. But you put like 4 of these triggers from different cards, then no matter what they choose is going to hurt.
Right, and there's a couple of these, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, there are a few of those. So yeah, I mean, it depends on like how many of these you can get, and also like there is some risk in that if you're in a game where your opponent gets ahead, they're at 20, like you're just kind of defensive. They can easily just drop 12 life if you keep playing these cards without really doing much. So I think you have to be sort of aggressive to take advantage of these cards. You got to put pressure on your opponent's life total.
Yeah.
You have to put pressure on the permanents in play. You got to remove them, maybe make them discard cards. So as long as you keep putting pressure on all those different spots, it's going to hurt more and more and more. The more pressure you can put on each one.
Yep.
So in a vacuum, it's like it's like whatever, incidental, but put with all together with different ways of resource denial and life denial, then it can become really powerful. Like if you chose which one you choose, it would be really good. So the more of these you have, the more, in a sense, choice that you have. Like you it's almost as if you're choosing which one to pick.
Yeah. So Mossy Beard has a really good question, which is this better than Splendid Agony? And Splendid Agony, if you don't remember, is two and a black for put 2 -1/-1 counters on any number of target creatures. Or not any number, but split as you choose among up to 2 target creatures. That's what it is. This card, I think, is better, but I think it's not better because of the second line of text. I think it's better just because I would rather have the capacity to like -3/-3 something than -1/-1 2 different things. I think
that's probably right.
I think it's actually pretty close.
Yeah.
But I think that this is closer to a Doomblade than Splendid Agony was.
Definitely.
But it is definitely close. Yeah, they're different.
Splendid Agony is for like dealing with small stuff, and this is for dealing with medium stuff. And usually killing medium stuff is more valuable typically.
Yeah.
Or
sometimes shrinking really big creatures too. Yeah. It's true that Splendid Agony could sometimes kill 2x1, so you could say that Tormented Venom is worse in some contexts than Splendid Agony is. That's true.
But the second part means they might just sacrifice a 1/1 anyway, right? Like
right. Not likely, but possible. I think by far the opponent is going to lose 3 life. That's the most common, and then the second most common is they're going to discard a land.
Yes.
So, yep. I think we can just give this a straight B. I think that's a fair grade for this card.
Sounds good.
Oops.
I like it better than the Bone Splinters card.
Yeah. Strong, uncommon, or common removal. Feels like uncommon almost.
Oh, geez. Could they sacrifice the creature that you put the counters on?
No. It says another creature, or another non-land permanent.
Oh, another. Okay, that's why. Okay, so otherwise it seems like they could. That'd
right. Now, it is worth noting that there's some minor downside in that they could sacrifice, discard an eternalized creature, and you could be sort of helping them out, but at that point, if they're paying like 6 mana to eternalize something, like whatever, they could have just cast it and blocked with it.
And typically those cards they can kind of just put out and play at some point anyway. Like I don't think that you're really helping them out, but internalize, I mean, it does negate some of the discard. And there's various cards that take advantage of stuff being in the graveyard, so it does make it a little weaker.
Yep. All right. Then we have Without Weakness, 1 and a black for an instant. Target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn with cycling 2. Not bad. They've been printing this effect very frequently lately. Yeah, almost every set has a black common that gives indestructible or like it dies and then comes back.
That didn't used to be that common.
Right.
It used to be like once every few years or be something like that, and like now it's every single set there is that card.
Well, this is replacing Regenerate, so it makes sense. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty playable. It plays very similar to something like Jura's Resolve, I think. And Jura's Resolve, for those that don't remember, is the 1 mana untap and give or like prevent all combat damage dealt to this creature, or prevent all damage or whatever. I think this is worse than Jura's Resolve.
For sure. Because
the untap was so huge with that card. Like, Jura's Resolve, end of turn, untap my exert creature, kill you. Like, that was a very, very common line with Jura's Resolve. This doesn't do that. It only protects a creature, basically. I could see it having some relevance with things like Afflict. Right? Like, this allows an Afflict creature to get in an extra Afflict hit in the late game. but
Yeah.
at that point you're playing a shitty Albums of the Vein, so
That's pretty minor. Yeah.
Right.
That's pretty marginal.
It is
I
very
imagine you'll get
marginal.
better effects out of it.
Right.
But I think they could definitely just print this for 2 mana indestructible draw card.
Oh God, that would be so good though.
It would be good, but I mean,
I would. Yeah, that wouldn't be out of
like it wouldn't
right.
necessarily be the best common in the set.
Exactly. Right. So
I guess we're going to play around, but yeah, I mean it's playable. Like it's another ones where it's an effect that sometimes is good and sometimes is not, and that's why I typically like don't play these cards as much. Like there'll be like 23 cards for me, and this one's weaker as an effect than the others. It doesn't give like lifelink or plus power or something like that. But the reason I don't play them is because sometimes you just don't have a good use for it, and I like that it cycles. But I still think it's a little weaker than the other ones that we've had. So I'd put a little like D plus.
I think C minus, but
okay.
D plus is C minus D plus. Playable but mediocre.
Very mediocre, yeah.
Yep. Wretched Cameral.
Zombie Camel. Great art.
Yeah, Wretched Camel. It's 1 and a black for a 2/1 zombie camel, so probably the best zombie in the set. And it says, when Wretched Camel dies, if you control a desert or there is a desert card in your graveyard, target player discards a card. Wow. So 2/1s for 2 with a relevant creature line are usually playable but unexciting. If you have deserts, this goes pretty far up. Feels a little bit like Black Cat, if you remember that card.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah. Ravenous Rats is 1/1. Your opponent discards a card for 2 mana. That card was playable.
Yep.
And having extra power means that you can actually trade with a full card.
Yeah. This is an actual card. So,
yeah, right. Yeah, instead of just a 1/1, which is like nothing. It's just like a chumper at some point. So this could actually trade with something and get you a card back. It's also a zombie. You can just throw random, have to put -3/-3 counters on something. You can just dump it on this. It's one of those creatures you can get value out of. And so, yeah, it depends how many deserts. I mean,
it depends on how many deserts you have. It depends on how aggressive you are. I think that in an aggressive deck that is playing deserts, this is probably like a C+ even. I could see it being that good because your opponent's not going to want to trade for this until they don't have cards in hand. I don't know. I think this is not that high because it's not that common you'll have that deck. But I think that on balance we can give it like a C- or a C, and I think that's very reasonable.
Yeah, it totally depends on how many deserts you have, and I think it's about equally good in control and aggressive because just like trading and getting a 2-for-1, against an aggressive deck, I think it's very good there too. And then putting pressure on, eventually you just get the card. Yeah, I think it's good. It's good in all decks if you have the deserts.
Yep. Cool. All right. So that's the black commons. So real quick, pull up the uncommons. So far, black seems to have the best removal. I was looking at red, and red also has some strong removal at common. But yeah. All right. Accursed Horde, or is it Accursed Horde? I think it should be Shakespearean, so we should say Accursed Horde. 3 and a black for a zombie 3/3, with 1 and a black. Target attacking zombie gains indestructible until end of turn. Wow. That's good.
I'm hearing you like differently. I don't know if something changed. Maybe people in chat are hearing you fine, but just letting you know, like you sound a little like further away, or maybe the
really
connection
interesting.
Seems
Hello.
But
Can you still hear
it
me?
sounds a little better now, so
okay.
We'll continue. But if anyone in chat hears that, let us know.
All right, I moved the microphone a little closer to my face. I don't know if that's better.
Yeah, I think it might be just like maybe internet lag or something. Like it's a little skippy. But okay, this card. 3/3 for 4 zombie. 3/3 for 4 are always like kind of marginal. If they had no abilities, like you wouldn't really play it. But it's it's there. I mean, they're like 3/4 for 4.
My stream is actually starting to hiccup a little bit. I can see I'm dropping a couple frames now and then.
Yeah, something with the internet.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm gonna lower my bitrate.
Okay.
Though I'm streaming at 60 FPS right now, so that might cause problems if I do that. All right, chat, tell me real quick. I'm gonna lower my bitrate to 2500. Tell me if it makes it look crappy. or sound crappy. All right, I just changed it. So let me know if it works better. That'll work. Anywho, let's keep going. But what do you think about this card?
I think you sound a little bit better. It's good. So again, so the stats by itself, like you wouldn't play just a 3/3 for 4 with no abilities, even as a zombie, like probably not. And the ability, it's really interesting because indestructible, I think typically is better. Like if you just gave something indestructible all the time, I think typically for an average creature, it'd be better on defense. Because you just have like an infinite blocker compared to say having a 2/2 with indestructible on attack. It's like it still just gets blocked by a 0/4.
Yep.
I mean, you know what like so it's a little weird, and zombies tend to be. Oh, okay. I guess there's eternalized. Never mind.
Yeah.
Zombies tend to be smaller creatures. Okay, well, there's eternalizers. There are some ways to get some larger zombies in this set. Once you're at 4/4, you're giving indestructible. Then that's a lot more powerful, and it's something with an ability that even makes it better. And if it just gave indestructible to itself attacking, it'd be a little strange. Like I think it would be solid.
Yep.
Just because it's like it's not aggressive stats, but it's like a solid attacker. It'd be really weird.
Yes, it would be a strange
being
card.
able to give all zombies potentially, and I mean, threat of activation is nice because you don't have to activate unless you have to. So, but it's weird. It's.
I think this is.
I mean, there's
pretty
cards that
strong.
say like prevent damage to tap creature or prevent damage to attacking creature. It's kind of like that, but yeah, I mean, I think it's strong. I think it's very strong. It's just a very weird ability, and yeah, it's weird, but I do think it's strong. I think it's in the B range.
Yep, I think I like giving this just a straight B. I'm gonna groan when I see my zombies opponent play this, and I'm gonna be excited to pick this in a zombie deck. So yeah, I think B is solid.
Yeah, this could be the best card in your zombie deck, possibly.
Yeah.
Well, probably not.
Well,
hopefully not. But.
Yeah, but a couple of these, and yeah. All right, Bane Whip Punisher, 2 and a black for a 2/2 human warrior. When Bane Whip Punisher enters the battlefield, you may put a -1/-1 counter on target creature. You can pay a black and sacrifice Bane Whip Punisher and destroy target creature that has a -1/-1 counter on it. Wow. That is okay. So it's a 4-mana unconditional removal spell, more or less.
Anything, yeah.
At sorcery speed, but then the activated part of it is instant speed. This is sick. There's very little downside to this card.
And what is it? Wandering Death or what's that thing? You get 2 creatures back.
Death. Oh my god! Sign me up.
Yeah.
Where do I sign up?
Yeah. You like
have time
Gravedigger this card?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. This card is really sick with recursion, and I am excited to play this in any
you
black
can also
deck.
just like -1/-1 on a 1/1 and then just kill something that already had a counter on it.
Yeah.
And you can chump and then kill a creature. You can like boof.
Yep. A lot
Everything
of play
about
with
this card is good. It's not a zombie, but
Yep.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, really good. We're definitely going to be one of the best uncommons in the set.
Yep. I agree. I think B+ is good.
Yeah.
Very little downside. Like, what's not to like about this card? You get a dude, and you get to kill things. All right. Doomfall.
If you have recursion, I think it goes into the A- range. If you can, like you can recur it, like getting a double kill with all that.
Yeah, if your Gravedigger is bringing back Doomblade,
you're back.
Yeah.
Your voice is back.
Oh, there we go. Huh,
good.
Weird. Yeah, my connection suddenly got stable again, so I can probably up my bitrate again. That's weird. Oh wait, nope, it's not stable anymore. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Whatever. Yeah. Okay, so Doomfall, 2 and a black, sorcery. Choose one. Target opponent exiles a creature he or she controls. Or target opponent reveals his or her hand. You choose a non-land hand from it and exile that card. This is interesting. This is pretty solid on curve on the first mode. The second mode could be relevant. I don't know. This is interesting because like what is it? Like just sacrifice effects aren't great in limited, but they're playable. And coercion effects aren't great in limited, but they're playable. So if you combine the 2 into 1 card, the question is like, does it really give you much flexibility? Right?
And yeah, I would say yes. I think these are both effects that can be very good. And then they can also be very bad.
Right.
And I think when you add when you look at all possible game states, like the number of game states where one effect is very good, you get to add that to the number of game states where the other effect is very good.
Right.
And that I can't say it literally doubles the value of the card, but it sort of does, to some extent.
Yep.
And Coercion can be a very strong card. You get your opponent's bomb, and both these effects exile, so you don't have to deal with Eternalize or any of that stuff, and that's definitely nice. So you're gonna get the full card. You're not just gonna get half a card as a Coercion effect.
Yep.
If your opponent just plays their bomb, their whatever Glyph Sphinx or something, and that's their one creature, you're like, Glyph Keeper, bye. So there is a lot of potential for the exile effect, and then as soon as they have something that is going to make it weak, you just take the best card of their hand. I actually like this. I
think it's
exactly
still.
What rank it.
I think it's a B- or a C+. I
think I think it's actually in the B range, even though each effect individually, it's so weird because each effect individually is D+ to C- range.
Yeah.
For the cost, not very good, but I think having the option just really enhances the card.
Yeah.
More than adding cycling to a card, I think.
Yeah. I think I agree with you. I think C+, B- is where I'm at, but maybe that's just because I see other really good removal spells in black, and I don't know. I feel like there's probably enough creatures running around that you don't care too much if you have to sacrifice one and your opponent's spending a card for that. So it depends really on how good Coercion is. Would Glyph Keeper effect counter this? No, it wouldn't, because it doesn't. It does not target the Glyph Keeper. Did we already do blue? We did do blue. This will be posted to YouTube, and you can also watch the VOD here later. You can also, if you would like to look, through the spreadsheet, you can click this wonderful link that I've just posted that you've seen already, because you're living in the future. And yeah. Anyways, Doomfall. I like it. I don't love it, but
I guess it's also pretty. It can be weak late game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm seeing this as a little worse.
But I mean, there's not much late game in this format, right?
We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen with Hour. In Amonkhet, there was very little late game because you just curve out and people usually end the game with 3 or 4 cards left in hand. But it's possible Hour is more dirtily. There are definitely some very, very dirtily cards in this format, so we'll see. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely dropping some frames. So chat, is this is this still watchable, or are we having problems? Just let me know. Because I don't want this stream to be shitty, because I'm going to be uploading this to YouTube and stuff. So if I have to cut it off now, I will. But hopefully I don't have to. All right, next. Liliana's Defeat. 1 black mana for a sorcery. Destroy target black creature or black planeswalker. If that permanent was a Liliana planeswalker, her controller loses 3 life. So, yeah, this is not... Okay, good. It's watchable. Good. Okay, so this doesn't look too great if you're main decking it. I would not main deck this, but
no.
I mean, you bring it in from the board and you're happy. So
yeah, Death Mark that killed either a green or a white creature was actually a pretty high pick in the formats that it was in.
But that hit 2 colors though.
Right.
This only hits the 1.
Yeah, so that's something that you might first pick. Or sorry, you might third pick, meant to say. And this hits half of the cards, and then even if you're facing a white green deck, you hit every creature, and with this card, you're still just going to hit half the creatures that your opponent has.
Yep.
And one thing is, are Eternalized creatures, are they all black?
The zombies are all black. That's a good point.
Okay, so then just about every deck will at least have some black creatures, right?
Yep.
I'm not saying we main it necessarily, but I think that actually
this is probably the best
color hosers.
This is better than all the other color hoses. I agree, and that's not something I would have thought of. Nice.
Yeah, well, I just thought that.
Yeah, no, that's really good. Motor Grinder's video has been frozen for a long time. They gotcha. All right,
it's frozen.
Merciless Eternal, 2 and a black for a zombie cleric, 2/2 with Afflict 2. You could pay 3 mana, discard a card, and Merciless Eternal gets +2/+2 until end of turn. I'm in. This card looks decent. How do you block this thing? You don't.
Yeah, I think you just take a lot.
Right, you just take 2 every turn for the rest of the game when this is on the field. Yeah, I mean, this kind of demands an answer eventually. It's not the fastest clock, but it's a consistent clock. And if your opponent tries to answer it with blocking, they're going to have to commit real cards to it. So, yeah, this is solid. I don't think this is like a slam dunk first pick, but I think that this is probably, let's see, what would I say? This is probably, I would expect to pick this like 5th pick in a pack, 4th or 5th. So I think this is probably like a B-.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
yeah. think B-.
Yeah, it's not exceptional.
It's not. I think it's a pretty fair card.
Yeah, it's very fair.
It's good,
but it's strong.
Yeah. Okay. It's a lot of mana to activate, so it's yes.
Continuing on the theme of of putting cycling on mediocre cards. Well, how mediocre this is debatable, but we have Razaketh's Right, which is 3 black for dark demonic tutor. And it has cycling for a black, which reads, search the top 1 card of your library for a card and put that card into your hand.
What? Oh, yeah. Right. Took me a second.
Right.
I'm like, is there some weird...
I got that from somewhere else. I didn't come up with that, but...
Yeah.
Actually, there is Aven Mind Sensor in this set.
Right.
But,
right.
Anywho,
I think this card will have a lot of debate. I think this is one that will get people on all sides.
Yeah, I think that I'm playing this in sealed almost every time. I think that in draft, I don't play this that frequently, but I will sometimes if I've got bombs, and the bombs just win the game on the spot. Yeah, exactly. Zavins is speaking my mind. When you have a fantastic bomb in your deck, this becomes decent. Otherwise, it's meh. Yep. Like, if you're willing to take a turn off to draw the card you want to draw, then this card could be okay. But usually you're not going to want to do that. So...
Yeah, I mean, you definitely need something that's in the A- range or above to grab for this. But I like this a lot for a tutor effect. Like, I like this a decent amount more than Diabolic Tutor.
Oh yeah, this is way better than Diabolic
Tutor. If you already have like a ton of bombs that you're like always going to tutor anyway, then maybe Diabolic Tutor is fine, right?
Right.
But I think the problem with tutors is that like sometimes you don't have time to take the turn off.
Yep.
And then they're just stuck in your hand. While late game, I mean, you're in a top deck war, and you draw a tutor. You're like, okay, I'll just get my best card, and you took a turn off, but that's not a big deal.
Yep.
So, but the fact that you can just cycle this for 1 is not that painful. And if you draw it late game, then I mean, yeah, tutors win games.
Yep,
whatever card that you're trying to get. So, I mean, if you're just some random aggressive deck, like I guess you don't want this, but there's still a lot of take advantage of having cycling cards for 1. So cycling 1 is good, and I think the fact that this can just win a game if you actually cast it compared to some of the other cycling cards, I like it a decent amount. I'd put it in the C range.
I was thinking CC plus. I'm not picking it super high, but it's playable. Playable, especially with good bombs. All right, next, Torment of Scarabs, 3 and a black for a curse. At the beginning of enchanted player's upkeep, that player loses 3 life unless he or she sacrifices a non-land permanent or discards a card. Wow, this is one of the most interesting Punisher effects we've seen, I think. Because most Punisher effects are one-time effects, but this is pretty close to a card a turn, right? It's your opponent's worst card or some of their life, right? But it's close to a card a turn, right? Slow but consistent resource bleed. Yeah, I like that description.
Yeah, this card's really interesting.
I like this, honestly.
So first of all, question is, do you play this in an aggressive deck or in a control deck or something in the middle?
Both. I would play it in both. Different. I would play it in both because I think the resource bleed is relevant in control, and this can turn into a legit control finisher. Right? Like if you stabilize and you're playing a control deck and your opponent has this on them, how are they ever getting ahead of you? They're probably not, unless they're taking 3 life for a bunch of turns, right?
Yeah,
and at that point, you're getting a bunch
of turns is fine,
right?
But sometimes it's not.
Sometimes it's not, right? If you have two of these, oh my god, how do you win the game if you have two of these?
Having two of these is very nice. And that's what I was saying about this effect is like in a vacuum, this has one card. It's like, it's fine, but like you add this to other cards that all do the same thing, and potentially you just overwhelm your opponent with that resource denial. And this card could also be compared to the Black Honden from Champions.
Yep.
So 4 mana, your opponent discards a card every turn.
Yep.
So there are some benefits to this over Honden, and there's some downsides. I think Honden is a little bit better.
I think the Black Honden's slightly better.
Them to discard means that you're going to get more effective cards out of them. But once they empty their hand, the Honden doesn't do that much. Where this actually starts really getting to work.
Yep. And it's the beginning of upkeep too. So like they can't really get out of it by drawing a card and then doing it. They have to make the decision on their turn whether to play the card and save the life the next turn. I really like this. I don't think this is a really high pick. Like I'm picking that common removal spell over this.
Right.
Lethal Sting, and I'm picking Torment of Venom over this. But man, this goes in the same deck as Torment of Venom. So yeah, I'm in. I think that this is probably like a C+, maybe. I could see it a bit better than that, or a little worse, depending on the speed of the format.
Yeah, gosh, it's hard to rank. It's a card I really want to play with, and I'm have so much fun winning games with this because like my favorite vintage cube decks are like the black-white grind out.
Right.
Did make them discard, make them sack their lands, make them sack their creatures until they have no permanents left. You play Braids or Smokestack, and this is that in limited. So I'm excited to I didn't play Amonkhet, but these cards are really exciting to me. Like I really want to try them out.
Yep. I really like this card. So
yeah, like I like it. I don't.
It's funny. It's so funny because like we're the spikes that hate cards like this that just do it once.
Right.
But man, if repeating, oh man, I just like after 5 or 6 turns of this, can you win the game? It's really hard.
It's like you eat some crappy food. You're like, oh, that's crap, and then but it's like, but you eat more of the crappy food, and
it's like eating junk food every day. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Like you listen to the same crappy music over and over again, like pop music, over and over and over again. Eventually, you're like, wow, that's catchy. You start dancing to it. That's what these cards are like.
Yep. All right, next, Vile Manifestation for a 1 and a black 0/4 horror, which gets +1/+0 for each card with cycling in your graveyard, and it has cycling for 2. Wow, so this could be Super Tarmogoyf, sort of. Honestly, I don't think this is so bad. I kind of like this. Like 0/4 for 2 is a Magic card. It's not a very good one. It's probably a D-, but there are cases where you will side that card in, and the fact that it has cycling makes it like a crappy version of that wall we gave like a sideboard C or a D+ main deck, right? But with enough cycling in your deck, this turns into a very real card.
Yeah, I think as an 0/4, I think it's actually like pretty horrendous.
Oh yeah, it's pretty bad. Well, an 0/4 with cycling though,
really bad. So I think this is a card that like, you don't play if you don't have other cycling. Pretty much in any circumstance. I don't think you ever want to just have an 0/4.
Yeah.
But the thing about this card is that it, while on one hand you look at it like, okay, so it gets bigger for the cycling cards in your graveyard. So yeah, it might be a 2/4, it might be a 3/4, but it has threat of activation. So your opponent has like some 2/2s, and you have this as a 1/4. They're not going to attack into you. You can always threaten cycling, and so you can even cycle 2 cards. So like this is a lot better than an 0/4 because your opponent can't attack into it like they can with an 0/4. Like they attack their afflict creatures into it, you can just cycle and then take them out. So. Right. And then maybe you make it like a 4/4 and just start smashing with it.
Yeah,
it could be a very undercosted creature too.
Right. It's not inconceivable for me that this is a 2/4 on turn 3, right? Like you cycle on turn 1 with some 1-mana cycler. You play this on turn 2. Then on turn 3, you cycle something else and play a 2-drop. Maybe another one of these, if you're really lucky, and you're attacking with a 2/4. This gets out of hand pretty quickly, and you're not going down on cards to make it happen. I don't think this is nuts, but yeah, there's enough little things this does and enough upside that I'm willing to give this like a C+, I think.
Yeah, I think C plus is pretty fair. It's not quite on par with the removal that we gave B
Right.
minus.
I'm taking removal over this, but
Right, but in this, if I have a cycling deck, I'm slamming this.
oh yeah.
It's going to be like a key card.
Yep. I think we are on the same page. All right. So the last section for the day is the black rares and mythics, starting with Amit Eternal. For 2 and a black, you could have a 5/5 with a flick 3. Oh, but hang on, there's more text. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, put a -1/-1 counter on Amit Eternal. But when Amit Eternal deals combat damage to a player, remove all -1/-1 counters from it. This is an unbelievable bomb. What the hell? What were they thinking? Like, at least that's what I see when I see this card.
I mean, it's one of those cards like there's
my
so much
God.
text on it, and there's like downside, there's like some upside. It's really hard to grok exactly what it does.
I read this.
I've spent a little time on it. What's that?
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. You're talking. I'm interrupting.
I spent a little bit of time looking at this card, like trying to figure out like how does this really play out in in reality. Because it's hard. It's a pretty unique card. It's hard to really know what this is going to do. But from my like basic evaluation I've done so far, like it seems like it's going to be really, really good. It seems like the turn after you play it, they probably play one spell. You have a 4/4 for 3 mana. You attack, and then what do? Like they chump and take 3. And then next turn they play another spell, and then you have a 3/3 with a flick 3 for 3 mana. That's still amazing.
Yep.
And maybe they trade with it. Okay, they just took 6 damage, and you got a 2 for 1.
Yep.
So I mean that's pretty insane. That's
Yeah.
assuming that they can actually deal with it.
Yeah.
Because if they don't, if they play one thing, you attack with a 4/4, they're like, okay, I don't want to chump with the 3/3 I just played, so I'll take it. Okay, you have a 5/5 again, and they're like, okay, make it a 4/4, you attack again. Like. Plus, you can put pump spells or some stuff, or other ways to remove counters from it. Or and it's 3 mana, and then even at the end, even if they play like 3 spells, you attack with it. Like they probably have to just like block it and kill it, and they still lose 3. It's a zombie.
Yep. There's so much upside on this card. I think that this is like maybe an A- or a B+.
Yeah,
Like there's not a lot of downside to this.
It's definitely in the B plus A minus range. It's so weird. It's kind of hard to know for sure, but I think it's a bomb. I think you slam it.
Yeah.
I think it's better than the removal.
Yep.
So, yeah. It's
Play
B
this
plus
and
range.
that white unplayable enchantment, where this can never get -1/-1 counters.
Sure. Well,
Jeez.
having to spend 2 cards to make it a 5/5, I don't think it's worth it. But
A 5/5 that drains your opponent 3 if they block it. Seems
yeah. Okay, all right. So 6 mana for 5/5. Okay. Yeah. I think why not A? It certainly could be an A minus. I mean, it's not an A because. Yeah, I mean it
doesn't have evasion.
It's mostly like a 4/4 for 3
Yeah.
mana, which like that's powerful on curve, but like it's not. It doesn't just like swing the game all in your direction. Like it's just like a
4/4 for
strong
3
card to
with
play.
upside, yeah.
So I prefer more of like a blow up all your opponent's permanents, or like a big evasive flyer that like late game will just take the game over kind of thing,
Yep.
with like abilities and lifelink and stuff. That's more of like an A for me.
Yep. All right. Next, we have Apocalypse Demon.
Flick deals damage before combat damage.
Yep. Apocalypse Demon, 4 black for a flying star, which has power and toughness equal to the number of cards in your graveyard. At the beginning of your upkeep, tap Apocalypse Demon unless you sacrifice another creature. Boo! Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this.
Yeah, what is up with this card? Why is it so
okay?
Like bleh?
There is one card I really want to play with this, and that card's name is Fling. But I don't know. I don't think this is very good.
Yeah, it's like it could have been in both graveyards, honestly.
Yeah, well, if it was in both graveyards, geez.
I mean, like you still have to
ridiculous.
sacrifice a creature every time. It's chumpable. Like
Okay, what if you have like a couple of those white uncommon creatures that taps and makes a dude? Like how into this are you if you actually have a supply of creatures to sacrifice?
What is this going to be? 4/4? Like
In a black
sometimes
deck
it'll be bigger,
with cycling?
sometimes.
I don't know. In a black deck with cycling, I could see this realistically being like a reliable 5/5 or better, but it's not always. It's unreliable.
But like it's not always. I mean, there's threat of activation for cycling. There's also cards that like exile stuff from graveyards too.
Yeah.
Like that 2/2 that exiles stuff, and suddenly like he just makes this a 2/2, and they like block with a 3/5.
I'm not into this. I think this is like a D.
Yeah,
maybe
like,
a build around D.
Because like, look, I mean, if you have a deck and like you just don't have win conditions, like you're slamming this honestly.
Fair enough. Like if you don't have win conditions, or if you have like a builder, sure. I don't think it's
you
great.
just have a bunch of cyclers or a control deck, and like you don't have a win condition. I'm absolutely taking this.
Yeah.
So it fulfills a certain role. It's just really bad at that.
Yeah. I mean,
it's just not good for like what it's trying to do.
So Dow says you could they compare it to Bantu, and Bantu ended up being like the worst of the gods easily in limited.
What was Bantu? That's a black
Bantu
god?
was the 3-mana 4/6 with menace that is indestructible and can't attack or block unless a creature has died under your control this turn. And it can sacrifice a creature for 2 mana, and you get to scry and drain for 1.
Yeah, that seems a lot better than this.
And that wasn't great.
Yeah,
right? Like I've won many matches with that card, but it wasn't the best rare in black by any stretch of the imagination. It was probably like a B- or a B, because it was so unique. But like, it was difficult to use. I think Kefnit's better than Bantu, not by much, but he was definitely better.
I mean, the way that we evaluated it seemed pretty sweet after.
Yeah.
That was
well, honestly, like
the most on
I lost a lot. I lost a lot of games to Kefnit. I did not lose that many games to Bantu.
Yeah, that was awesome when we just totally switched
our
evaluations from like this card actually seems really bad, like we're almost on like the C-, it just sucks, and then like we kept talking, and then all of a sudden it was like this is actually really good. This is gonna be like I think we went up almost maybe over a full letter grade just by talking about it.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we probably ended up a little too high in Kefnit because the awkward thing about Kefnit ended up being like if you top decked it in the late game. You could, you have a Jam Day tome, but like it takes a couple turns before he's online, and so it's kind of a dead top deck. Yeah. So, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a dead top deck in the late game. I mean,
no, it's certainly not a dead top deck, but in the aggro context,
tune is like still fine in the late game. I mean, that's where it's meant to be played.
Sure.
But all right, Demon, nah.
I'm not into it. I don't like it. All right, Bantu's Last Reckoning. How do you feel about this one? 1 black sorcery, destroy all creatures. Boom. We did it.
Yeah.
Oh, but lands you control don't untap during your next untap step.
Okay, well that's bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like the second part. I like the first part a lot.
Right. Yeah. So this card is awkward, to say the least. If you're casting this on 3. That's actually well, you could, because if you don't have a 2-drop and you're on the draw, right? Your opponent goes 2-drop, 3-drop, and you cast this. I don't think that's the worst. But then they get to play a 4-drop unanswered, and then have a 5-drop before you get started. So it's really risky to cast this on 3.
I can almost never see doing that because I would just like wait and like throw some garbage creatures out and wait for them to put more stuff out and then play it.
Yeah.
Like, but I hear what you're saying, that like it's an option to just like trade for their early game.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing about this is that I mean, if you get up to 7 mana, you can play this, then just like play like a 4-drop,
or not even play anything, and then the next turn, you have actually. I guess it makes sense because you don't get the mana.
Yeah, you'd want to play the 4-drop.
Yeah, you would want to play the 4-drop right after. Yeah, true.
Yeah. Or like a 5-drop next turn or something. But like basically that you get to Wrath because it's so cheap mana. Like that makes it. I mean, like the effect, obviously is so bad to have your lands on tap the next turn.
Yeah.
And you will definitely lose game. Like it's a game losing effect.
Yes, it really is.
Get that, like, clear.
There's a reason that you frequently turn about your opponent's lands in cube.
Yeah.
Because that usually wins the game. If you're playing
now,
Storm
like in standard limited, and if you play this right, like you get your opponent to dump their best stuff, and then you play this and maybe play something right after. Okay, they get to play something else, but hopefully you've baited out their best stuff. Mm-hmm. And then you have a creature, okay, you'll be down for a turn. Maybe they get a good attack. Then you get to untap, and all right, you got your 3 or 4 for 1, and you lost a little tempo and board afterwards. But that's still insane because wrath effects are amazing, and they can beat all kinds of stuff. There are eternalized stuff. That's another thing. So
Yep.
destroy all creatures. Your opponent makes a 4/4 a lot of the time,
Yeah.
and so you'll take a hit, but it's still good.
Yeah, I think this is a good card, but very you could almost think of this as a 7-drop, right? Like that's kind of how I think of this. Is it's very close to a 7-drop because you're not casting it early in the game almost ever. But I don't know. It's pretty cool.
Yes, it still has some flexibility, but with such a downside that it's like you have options, but a lot of times that could be a rough option if you're trying to cast it early.
Yeah.
But I like it. I think it's still a high pick because destroying all creatures is good.
Yeah.
We'll see if like Eternalize makes that bad and stuff. But
I think was that like B- or something? B-?
Yeah, I'd give it a B.
Okay. Very severe downside, but extremely powerful. All right. Next, we have Dream Stealer, sick name, 2 and a black for a 1/2 menace, which has whenever it deals combat damage to a player, that player discards that many cards. Hello, Giant Growth. But also, Eternalize 4 black. Not bad. Imagine if your opponent can't block this and you pump this thing. Whew. That is pretty sick. I
didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Wow. That is mind twist.
Yeah, that is literal mind twist, basically. I don't know. This card seems really strong. It's weird to say because it's a 1/2 for 3. So this is not blocking effectively. But man, it sort of blocks in the sense that your opponent cannot attack you when you have this out, right?
Or that white +3/+3
God.
And when you have a zombie or something come back.
That's so good. Oh man, I'm gonna hate losing to that.
That's.
Now this does die to like.
I mean, at least the first time.
Right. This does die to almost every removal spell in the set, so it's very, very fragile. But boy,
it comes back.
Yeah, but it comes back, and boy, is it a lightning rod. This card's sick.
Well, when it comes back, it's a 4/4 menace that if it hits them, they lose their hand.
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah. I mean, I think we can give this maybe like a B+. Like the fact that it's a 1/2 means that it's pretty awkward on blocks, but if your opponent is in a position where they can just take hits from this, and because they're just hitting you, they're probably going to win the game no matter what card you have in your hand. Right, like
I wouldn't worry. I think if you're hitting with this, I think sure you can lose a game, but I think it's just so good when you're hitting with it that like
right.
I wouldn't worry with that. And the thing is, so it's a 1/2, which means it doesn't fight well. So if your opponent has multiple creatures, you're gonna leave it back. But they gotta consider they can't just be super aggressive if they're worried about their hand, because if they leave 2 creatures back and you unsummon one and attack. Yep. Then maybe they even have to discard that creature. That's the one card in their hand. They have no cards in their hand. So it's one of those cards where like your opponent, maybe they wanted to be a little bit aggressive, but instead they have to just leave everything back because they're afraid of this card. And then eventually 4/4 menace that makes them discard their hand.
I think that people are going to misplay actually with this thing. Sorry, I interrupted you again. My bad.
No, how would they misplay?
I think that people, when they see this on the other side of the field, are going to be too passive. Because this only gets super scary if your opponent has a pump spell. Right? Like, discarding 1, that sucks. You're getting Hypnotic Spectered. That's no fun, but I think that frequently when this hits the field, it's a signal that you're going to have to win the game fast. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But if I see this on the other side of the field, I'm going to be going into as aggro as I can manage mode, because they played a 1/2 for 3 mana instead of real spell. If that makes sense. So that's definitely a good way to beat it if you can do that, to just take advantage of them like kind of missing their third turn in a sense if you're being that aggressive. But no, you're not always going to be able to do that, which is why this card's strong.
And sometimes they will have the pump spell and just ruin you.
Yep, exactly.
And so sometimes it is best to just kind of sit back and wait, and even if they could block it, it's not a dead card. So some cards are like, oh, once they can double block it, it's dead. This card is not. This will still put pressure on your opponent and force them to play in a certain way. Otherwise, they're going to take some risks.
Yep. All right. I think we could give this like maybe a B+ or A-.
I like B+. I like B+. I like the card a lot.
Yep. Great effects. Awesome. Next, Hour of Glory, 3 and a black. Poor Snake Dad. Exile target creature. If that creature was a god, past tense is awesome. Its controller reveals his or her hand and exiles all cards from it with the same name as that creature. Well, the rest of that's flavor text, so whatever. 4 mana, exile target creature. I'm in. Sign me up.
Yep.
This is great. How good is it, though? Is it like B+ or A-?
I'd say B+.
I think B+ too. Yeah.
I mean, it's twice as expensive as Doomblade, but it also exiles, so...
Right. That's very relevant in this set.
Yeah. It's no Sever the Bloodlines or whatever.
Oh, God. Yeah. This card's great.
But yeah, B+ for sure.
All right. Razaketh the Foul-Blooded. 5 black, black, black. For an 8/8 legendary creature demon. Hey, they got it right this time. They made an 8 mana 8/8. With flying and trample, you can pay 2 life and sacrifice another creature to Demonic Tutor. That's a pretty strong ability. The question is, like, is 8 mana realistic in this format?
Typically not, right? Unless if you're green ramp.
Probably not, no. And it's black, black, black. So you have to be pretty black focused.
I think I haven't looked too close to it. I think a lot of the green cards make any color.
Some of them do, yeah.
Or like allow you to like untap a land so you can get extra block or something. So
Yeah.
I feel like that it is pretty reasonable to get 2 in a green ramp deck.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in any other deck, like
Probably just bad.
and you know, your 8-drop to get the, you know, they potentially could just kill it the turn you play it, like just like exile or something, and then the ability you get is like paying life and sacrificing another creature, so you're going even further behind on board and life.
Yep.
So it's not the kind of like you play it and it's like
Instantly win.
I can't win. It's like it's like 8 mana is kind of like this will, you know, it's a great card, but as far as like what it does, it's very powerful.
Yeah.
But this isn't the kind of 8 mana card you want. You want something like Ugin. You want something like Gristlebrand. You want something that is going to come down and it's just like the board is yours.
Yep.
This does not do that.
Yep.
Pretty much at all. Like you get one big blocker, and so that really hurts a card. So
this is a commander card.
Yeah.
So
yeah, powerful card. I think in in a green ramp deck, it's a strong finisher, but I think I'm just not playing this in other decks.
Yep.
Basically,
I think we can give it like a C or C-, honestly. Like it's very clearly unique, which is why you can't rate it too low. But by the way, what did you think about that White Wrath spell? We rated it pretty low, or at least I did.
The white what?
The White Wrath effect. That's white, white, and 3, and destroy all non-land permanents. I actually rated that pretty low because we did the math on finding triple white, and it wasn't great.
Yeah, I think that card would be pretty good.
I rated it very low, so I think I gave it like a D.
C range.
No, I rated it lower than that.
He's too low. It's
I could see that, but
if you were green white, you could fix pretty easily.
Sure. So like in the context of a green white deck, sure, but I mean at that point you are blowing up your ramp, so I don't know.
I think there's Traveler's Amulet. Like there's some fixing. Anyway, I think that card would be a little bit better, but
fair enough.
But it's not the typical Wrath ranking.
Yeah. Fair enough. Anyways, let's just say that too expensive on this card, except for ramp. All right, last one of the night. We have Torment of Hailfire. X black sorcery. Repeat the following process X number of times. Each opponent loses 3 life unless that player sacrifices a non-land permanent or discards a card. So basically, you get Torment of Scarabs, but turbo.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, let's suppose you're casting this for X's 4.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's realistic. Right. So you're paying 6 mana.
Pretty realistic. Yeah.
X's 4. How many times can your opponent just lose 12 life? and not
So
care.
there's definitely times they can do that for sure.
Right.
If you're behind, this card might do nothing.
Right.
It's very situational. Like it really depends on the board, where you're at. It certainly could be a win more card if you're ahead, opponent's low life, and you just dump this and just kind of wreck them a little bit.
Here's a question: how much do you have to ramp so that this is like game winning? Because I think X is 4, it's
7 or 8.
7 or 8. X is 7 or 8, or the
X is 7 or 8.
Jeez, that's not.
Which is like if you don't like really have the board, and your opponent's ahead on cards and ahead on life, like you need to do it for like 7 or 8. I think. I mean, this card does like it's really scary to play cards that don't like that might just not do anything.
Right.
And you can't do anything with this early. So this is like. It's like an expensive card that might do nothing, and that's certainly like kind of scary to put in your deck.
Does it get better when you have the other torment cards in your deck?
Yes, absolutely. Right. Now, but it's kind of a high variance situation because like there still will be games where like all the cards suck,
right? Because
of the situation, like you're gonna keep drawing cards that don't do anything.
Yep.
And you're gonna fall further and further behind, and you're just spending your mana like just lava axing them when they're ahead. Yep. So it's not going to be like a dominant deck really. Like it can't be just because of the variance of Magic that you don't know what kind of situations you're going to end up in. You're not always going to be in a situation where like making them lose some number of resources of their choice is going to do anything. So yeah, I mean if you're in that exact deck and you're hitting their life totals, you're hitting their cards, you're doing all that, then this card could be strong. It definitely is powerful if you get to, I think like even 4 is like, okay, discard 2 cards, lose 6 life. Like,
yeah, I don't think it's
6 mana. I mean, it's
because like if we're doing this for 6, the opponent might have sandbagged a land, So I don't know. I think this card is playable in a black-green deck, maybe. I don't know. Like, if you have some way of generating more mana and you have other torment spells in your deck, I could see this working. But I think this is a build around. I don't think that you're going to win many games with this. I think you're going to make your opponent nervous. But I don't think this gets there. And yeah, actually, this is a pretty sick win con in like Modern or something. Sure, if you can make a lot of mana and then cast this, great. But in limited games... Most normal limited games don't get past 7 mana. That's why we're not super excited about this card. Because sure, if you're casting this for X is 5, and if you're an aggressive deck, or those are mutually exclusive. You can't cast this for X is 5 if you're an aggressive deck, right? So you're right. If this is aggressive, if you are aggressive, this can wreck. But how much mana do you have in an aggro deck?
Well, you cast it for 3. I mean,
yeah, if you cast it for 3, you might get there, but. They probably discard 2 cards. And
discard some cards.
Yeah, sack a permanent that doesn't do anything. I don't know.
Like 5 mana for a Mind Rot that also makes them lose 3 life. Except they can choose. Like maybe they just lose 9 life. It depends.
Right.
So
here's like the axiom. If you haven't heard this before, take this to heart. Cards that make your opponent choose, allow your opponent to choose, are almost always worse than they look. Almost always. There are very, very few exceptions to that. Honestly, the one exception I can think of right now is... Well, actually, there's 2. There's Cruel Reality, but that's not a choice, actually.
What's Cruel Reality?
Cruel Reality is the curse in Amonkhet.
Oh, yeah. They lose 5.
They lose 5 unless they sacrifices a creature. If they can't, they lose 5 life. That's not a choice. Never mind. That's not a choice. Right. That doesn't even count. Okay. So this is probably the only case where a Punisher effect, that's what these are called. A Punisher effect is, not like, wait, what? Sorry, I lost the train of thought. I was going to say, the previous one.
There's one card that was good.
Right. I was literally going to say Torment of Scarabs, the one we looked at. And that's a C+, right? Like, we think that card is decent. Yet. Right, we don't know if it's good, but it looks like one of the first, if not the first, edition of this kind of card that's actually good and limited. It's so rare that this effect is actually good. Now, having said that, I would love to be proved wrong, right? Like, this card is awesome. is super cool. I want to win games of Magic this way, but realistically, I just don't think it's going to happen. And yeah, Vexing Devil, fantastic example. Probably one of the most aggressively costed 1-drops possible, right? A 4/3 for 1.
Right.
That if your opponent chooses whether it's a 4/3 or they take 4 damage, well, guess what? That card's not played in Modern Burn where it's legal.
Right. In Modern, I mean, that could totally use a 4 damage for 1 mana card.
Right. But like, it's not great because your opponent just says, "Oh, I don't care about a 4/3. I've got Path to Exile." Okay, cool. So you lose your 4/3 and it did no damage. Or they're like, okay, I don't have an answer for a creature. I'll take 4 damage. I don't really care. And yeah, we'll see. Like, it's possible. Sure, if life points are more precious than we might think, maybe this is playable. It's hard to see. I'm definitely going to be trying this. But if you're trying to spike your pre-release and win, don't think that this card is a strong draw towards black. Because it's not really. At least I don't think it is. We'll find out. Again, I would love to be proven wrong.
Mistress is just sometimes 6 or 9 life is nothing. Sometimes it is.
Sometimes it is literally nothing. Yeah.
Like you just can't afford to play cards that aren't doing anything, and so that's a huge downside. And then when it really matters, like maybe they can just like discard a couple cards, sack a permanent.
Yeah.
And like after all of that, like the investment takes the risk you're taking to play this card. You get like some decent value from it.
Yeah.
Unless, again, I'm saying, like, if you play for, like, 7 or 8, that's when it's like, okay, this is, like, a kind of a game-winning card.
Like, if I can cast this for 7, fuck yeah, I'm in. Let's do it. Sign me up.
These cards, like Villainous Wealth, if you cast it for 5 or 6, like, you're going to win the game.
Yep.
This is not that card. Like, you can't cast for, like, you want to have cards, if you're going to pay that much mana, that are basically going to guarantee a win. Like, you want to win the vast majority of times you cast it, and this isn't that.
Right.
Like, you need to pay a lot of mana to make it into that.
Yep.
Because it's so situational. So.
Yep.
I don't know. I want to like this card.
I do too.
And I want to have the deck where this card is strong.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just you just don't have as much control as you'd like.
All that said, I think we can give it like a low C, maybe. Like
I think that's fair.
Like, it's clearly unique. It's clearly powerful, but I don't think it's powerful in the right way for it to be broken. That's the problem, at least from my perspective.
I think in ramp, if people are doing it for 6, 7, or 8, like that's gonna hurt.
What about this card with Scribe? What Scribe? Which one's the Scribe? The one that buys back.
Oh, buy it back.
The Scribe from Amonkhet, the 2/2.
Right, you get it back. Yeah, I mean, if you have time to cast this multiple times, then you're getting up to the 7, or 8 that I'm talking about.
Right, but at that point, like, okay, this is just your finisher, and even then, it doesn't necessarily finish. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Like that sounds like you have the complete control of the game when you have time to cast this twice.
Right. Yeah. So. Anyways. Yeah, that was an interesting discussion. Again, I hope I'm wrong on this card. I hope it's better because I love cards like that. Yeah, that's going to do it for me tonight. We finished in about the amount of time that I thought we would. So that's cool. Tomorrow, we're going to start with red and green. I believe that Isarok and Zach Barish will be my 2 guests tomorrow. We're going to start around noon Eastern Standard Time, right after Isarok's stream ends. So you know what? Go ahead and follow Isarok. And actually, why don't you follow Noah as well? Why don't you post your stream in the chat? I know you don't stream a whole lot of Magic anymore, but when you do, make sure you let us know. And
I'll try to do a little more. My computer got wiped and it took away all my stream settings, so I have to redo everything. And I made a really ghetto stream for the Streamer Showdown, but I'll try to fill around with it, and maybe once it's back up, I'll try to stream a little bit. I'm really busy with poker, and I might stream a little poker too.
Stream more poker. I really enjoy it when you stream poker. You have good insight.
Okay.
So
yeah. I mean, I have so much to learn, but yeah, I'm
right. But don't you literally make your living playing poker right now, or am I?
Well, I'm not doing well though.
Oh, you're not doing well at the moment.
Yeah. Gotcha. So I've been losing the last few months. Poker's really tough these days, and I'm learning a lot. I'm studying a lot. I'm working really hard, but I'm still not winning. So, in fact, I mean, in a couple months, if I don't turn things around, I have to quit.
Right.
But yeah, I hope it goes well. I'm working really hard. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so we didn't go over what do we think of black?
What's that?
In what we think
Oh
of
yeah,
black
black in
in Meta.
general.
Yeah, I think it's kind of weak. I'm
Uh,
not really a fan.
I like the removal. I think I'm going to get pulled into black because of strong removal spells. So in that sense, I think it's a nice complement to either a more controlling deck, like a mid-range controlling deck, or a more aggressive deck. Um, I think that some of the rares are just really strong. Um, I don't know. I don't think it's weaker than
Nothing
the
really in
other
the A
colors.
range.
Yeah, nothing like
We have,
slam dunk
we have
A,
a
no.
B plus A minus, and then for commons, like you got the two removal spells, but everything else is like
Right.
C's.
Though we haven't seen much from any color like that so far. Like, white had 1A. Blue had 1A. Maybe 2 if you count the uncommon Sphinx. Black had no
Yeah,
A's. Like,
I really like the Sphinx.
yeah. The 5-mana one?
Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, no, it looks really
There's
strong.
the card
Mm-hmm.
Oboro Envoy from Saviors of Kamigawa.
Mm-hmm.
It was a 1/3 flyer for 4. You could pay 2, return land to your hand, and target creature gets minus X minus O for the number of cards in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
And that card just wrecked.
Yeah.
Like combat was impossible because no matter what, you're just like you can just like minus their power. You can double block their creatures and just kill it, and you can attack. Like it makes things like really tough to deal with. And that Sphinx on top of an air elemental was obviously great to begin with. Now your opponent at any time you can just cycle and like wreck the combat while
Right.
drawing a card.
Yep.
And they don't know when you have the card or not, so they can try to play around it. They can try not to, like, but it's actually a really powerful effect to
Sure.
instant speed, like give minus power. So I think that adds a lot to a card that would already be like a B plus to begin with. So I
Yeah.
put it A minus.
I think I still have it at B plus. Like, a lot of the threats in this set have cycling. So the fact that it doesn't have cycling means you have to get the 5 mana, and there's cases where you can't cast it and stabilize. But yeah, I mean, it's really strong. I think that we're just quibbling, and I'm going to first pick it in a lot of packs. So
Yeah,
I don't think we really disagree per se.
I think it's only a little bit worse than that 6 mana Sphinx.
Okay.
Because
Fair enough.
anything about not getting to 5, like it's hard to get to 6.
True.
But I think it's just so powerful on board that it's anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess a lot of colors are weak.
Yeah,
But,
I don't know.
not-
I
not
haven't
super
been.
excited by black.
It seems like they're dialing down the power level a bit. We've seen a lot of very, very powerful sets in Kaladesh. I don't think Aether Revolt was that powerful, but Kaladesh was quite powerful. Amonkhet ended up being very, very aggressive and limited. I think this set's a little bit of a dial down. But we'll see.
Well, definitely. I mean, it's
Yeah.
got all this cycling that every card's weaker.
Right.
So I mean, it's just the cards are just weaker.
Mm-hmm.
Like flexibility doesn't mean have more powerful cards. It's
Yeah.
like lower power level.
Yep.
But I haven't played Amonkhet. It seemed really weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I've actually.
What do you think of Amonkhet?
I've enjoyed it. I've actually. This is a little weird for me. I've enjoyed sealed more than draft in Amonkhet.
Yeah.
That's strange for me because I'm much more of a draft kind of guy than a sealed kind of guy. But I don't know. I felt that the sealed had interesting builds. I don't think that the sealed builds were always obvious. And I think that it was a little slower than the draft format, and I didn't like quite how aggressive the draft format forced us to be. Like I love playing aggro decks, but I also like there to be a little freedom in how the draft goes. So
Yeah, because there's so much cool stuff in Amonkhet, slow stuff, like Drake Haven, the Convergence, and all that stuff. And then if the format's so fast that like you just can't play those cards, it's kind of a broken format. To some extent, like you're not getting the full value of the format if like the aggressive decks are pushing out the awesome grindy control decks. So that makes I can see how sealed would be better.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm gonna call it a night. Thanks for stopping by, Noah. It's always a pleasure. And
thank you. These are always a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I think
See you later.
We're helping people out quite a bit.
Yeah. Well,
good night.
You're helping me. See ya. And so just a few announcements before I head off. First, I'm probably going to be doing a 24-hour stream, subathon stream somewhere in the next, probably like July 8th, maybe, like that weekend might happen. I'm not sure exactly when, but that'll happen sometime in this somewhat near future. So that's something to look forward to. if you're looking forward to the rest of the set review, check it out tomorrow starting at noon Eastern Standard Time. If you can't make it for that, it will be posted to YouTube, and it will also be posted to on the Twitch VODs. So you can check it out there. And let's see, was there anything else? Oh yeah, I got a sub button now. So if you really want to sub and support the stream, I appreciate all the support. You guys are awesome, regardless of whether you sub or donate or not. But everything helps get me to more events. So I'm trying to get a little more serious with my play. And unfortunately, that's pretty expensive. And I live in a very expensive city, so I can use all the help I get. So anyways, thanks for stopping by, and I will see you all later.